Hello, testing. All right, yeah, okay, I should be in. Good evening. I really need to make a script to just start the stream up over the operations I have to do. You've got on the page where you start streaming, it's weird because it doesn't actually give you the link. Then I end up having to go here and copy the link. You've got on the page where you start. Oh, shut up, Dino. And then I have to go into here. Paste. Did I make an enter key? It's kind of nice to have an enter key on my pad over here. Bit of DevOps. Do I have a return on here? This one is going to be my return. Enter key. And I can just do paste. So you can do paste and go. Paste and go. So Discord people know about streaming, so there we are. If you want to join the Discord, it's very friendly and very quiet, and I was thinking actually we could enable voice and then people could talk to me. Might try that actually. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hang on. Hello, Hal. I think we've got the bad connection on this cable again. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, definitely a bad connection, I think. Okay, so there we are. Yeah, made it to the weekend, and what we're going to do now? Get on with my my project. Hal, initiate Unreal restart protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used Boost.
Took too long to start. I'm going to just check I'll go restart Unreal. This is the script that did that. If true, right, if win exists, it closes them down if they exist. Win wait active, Unreal editor. It does have a win wait active, and it waits 6 seconds. It probably was still starting up. It would be really nice if I could have a better way of starting Visual Studio within this thing. There might be a way, actually, come to think of it. Source control modes. Yeah, there's no way, there's no shortcut that brings up the menus. There's no, and also I need to wait until it's ready. Frustrating that there's no way of doing that reliably, unless there's some kind of option. Pardon me, sorry. I'm the only one who searches for that. Alright, never mind. Let's see if I'm right though about the delay. If I just close that and Visual Studio, well, it didn't start Visual, I'll have to close it now. Up here. Oh. I'll initiate Unreal Restart Protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used Boost.
Did you see that? It didn't wait for 6 seconds. It did start. I managed to start Visual Studio there. I've been meaning to fix this this script, but there's a that didn't behave correctly because there should be a 6-second delay. Oh. Maybe I didn't compile it again. And I just added that at the end, forgot to compile it. Let's try that again. HAL initiate Unreal Restart Protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used Boost.
Unable to open the script file. Oh. HAL initiate Unreal Restart Protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used Boost.
Unable to open the script file. What are you doing? Unable to open the script file. Really? Very strange. If I run it in here, hang on, they've got some kind of the antivirus interfering again. I need to figure out how to remove that because it's actually worse than the thing it's trying to cure. We build it, try running it. It's probably this thing that's virus and threat detection. The weird thing is it doesn't tell me where it is. That's what's so insane about this. It's like allow, don't allow. I don't see where this is. Why are you doing that? That's absolutely ridiculous. This program, what program? You haven't actually said the program. You know what I'm going to do? There must be a way of setting up an exception. Learn more about Virus Protect. Get help. Manage providers. Protection history. Scan options. Normally there's core isolation. Security processor. He's providing additional whatever in device performance and health. Firewall network account protection via at home. Manage security features. I going through Microsoft user interfaces is like one of the most unpleasant things. It's like here I am looking. I'm not exactly stupid, at least I don't think so. I've been using computers for 40 fracking years. I just want to find out how to put an exception to the protection thing. So I click on this and I'm looking for it. I can't find it. Account protection, firewall and network protection, app and browser, maybe it's that. Check apps and files. Windows Defender. They changed the name, that's why. Yeah. Well, it's Windows Defender, but it's in app and browser control. Let's just put it in some random spot, you know. Smart screen for Microsoft Edge. What? 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 install some other bloat that I don't already have on my bloated machine already.
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, exactly. Device performance and health. Jeez. Incredible, isn't it? So let's have a look. Create. Add an exclusion to Windows security. We have yet another random name. Windows security. Oh, this is from Microsoft. It's now Windows security. Go to Start Settings, Update and Security. Virus and threat protection. Manage settings. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Oh, here. Manage settings. It was just there in front of me. I couldn't see it. Right. Okay. Right. All this kind of stuff. Real-time protection. Cloud-delivered protection. Provides increased and faster protection with access to the latest protection data on the cloud. Works best with automatic sample submission turned on. Automatic sample submission. Tamper protection. Prevents others from tampering from the security features. Yeah, why would you want to turn that off? I suppose by putting it in the list, it's a way of advertising it, isn't it? I don't know. Control folder access. Exclusions. Add an exclusion. Add a folder. Documents. Scripts. Thank you. Do you think this will fix it? No. Of course not. That one could run. This one can't run. That's really strange. So I go there and I build it. Let's hit F7 to build it. Oh, wait a minute. It's because I'm running a script that catches F7. Right, let's try that again. F7 to build it. Why aren't you working now? It's very odd. Oh, I was hitting the wrong button. Unable to open the script file. Alright, well, let me rename it then. And compile it. I have restart Unreal 2. It still can't. Never seen that before. Right, so I'm going to have to debug this AutoIt script now. Exit. Compile. Run. Just exit at the beginning. Unable to open the script file. Never seen AutoIt ever do this. Test. Build this. It's built. Run it. Oh, yeah.
Hello, Dino.
It doesn't work anymore. auto it is suddenly broken. That's very strange. I restarted auto it and it worked, so it was a glitch in auto it. But of course it looked just like problems with Windows Defender. How odd. Well, it probably was caused by Windows Defender, probably. HAL initiate Unreal restart protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used boost.
Hi there, Mike. How you doing? I've got gremlins. Happy Friday night to you too. Okay, so let's build this. This is really odd, this behavior. There's something about this file really doesn't like this. Now, let me see if I can compile this one. And that works. Hang on, what did I just do? I deleted this. I really don't want to delete that or lose my script. So I'm now created a script called Hey Rob, how you doing? How you doing? Yes, a good question. Actually, I'm surprised to say this, but I actually really like blueprints. I think that there's nothing wrong with blueprints as long as they're handled by software engineers. But basically the problem with blueprints and the fact that you can actually move anything from C++, from blueprints into C++ pretty easily. That's the key thing. So you can throw something together in blueprints, and then when you want to refactor it into C++, it's actually, you can do that. But where it's hard is when the blueprints were made by non-programmers, especially non-programmers with architectural skills. Because then it becomes difficult, no more difficult than if you're dealing with crappy code, really. So the problem with blueprints is more that it's like it's actually there is a real problem with blueprints, but it's not to do with blueprints themselves or the technology itself. It's got to do with the effect it has, which is to in effect give tremendous power to people who don't have the training for it. And I don't mean this to be at all condescending. It's just that having used blueprints, it is programming. There's no difference between blueprints and programming. It's just, you could think it's a bit more of a scripting language represented visually, but the problems, the things that you have to think about to construct good software in blueprints is absolutely 100% identical in every respect with good software architecture in C++. If you just ignore things like, header files and, the syntax of the language, and the thing is, the actual syntax of a language is almost neither here nor there compared with the bigger issues, which is software architecture. So if you create code in blueprints and you do not have an understanding or experience of software architecture, which is a huge topic, it's so rich and complex. I've been doing architecture because I'm an architecturally focused, or let's say I like to champion good software architectures. It's something I'm very interested in. I mean, and after 40 years of programming, I'm still improving my techniques in software architecture. Like, for example, the notice board pattern that I now use pretty much everywhere and have for many years. This pattern is actually quite new, though. It's only a few years out of a span of 40, and there's so much more to learn and understand about how to organize software. So then you get somebody who hasn't done any software architecture, just starts programming and programs in a programming language like C, C++, or C#, and they will make those architectural mistakes, and then they will learn from them, and and so on over time. The thing is, it's no different with blueprints. You can run straight into making things in a way that you end up with a tangle that's unmaintainable. And so I think the reason why blueprints has got a bad reputation is that it allows a lot more of that. It's like suddenly there's a lower barrier to entry for programming, and that's not a good thing because it's a perceived lower entry to programming. And the only thing it really does is reduce the amount of typing that you have to do. But it really doesn't do much other than that. The code is not clearer or easier to understand at all, because when the thing becomes complicated, you're having to connect various operations which occur one after the other, and you have to string them together in your mind and decode them, understand them, you have to debug them, you have to do everything you need to do, and it's harder. It is harder because with a programming language, a sequence of instructions are listed one after the other on lines. You have next, and then there's another line, and then there's another line, and then there's another line, and it's just boom, 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 right? But when you're in blueprints, it's like you're here, and you go to here, and then you go to here, and then you go over there, and maybe a bit up here, and it's like, you can represent in one page easily 50 lines of code. If you want to look at 50 lines of code in blueprints, on average, my guess is you need two, is my estimate, 2 boxes in blueprints to represent one line of code on average. And if that estimate is correct, then 100 lines of code on the screen in Blueprints is 200 boxes. So now just imagine 200 boxes on the screen all connected together. A programmer who's used to programming can parse 100 lines of well-written code pretty damn quickly. But there's a picture with 200 boxes in it, all linked together by spaghetti, is not easy to understand. It's less intellectually manageable. So what you have is this horrible situation. It is quite horrible, and it's a trend. I mean, you see it. It's implicit in Unity. Unity is a thing that is absolutely great for helping you start, but terrible for helping you finish. It's something that almost by design makes it easy for people to start. Why? Because then they pick up they're interested in picking up the project, picking up the product. And the business model of Unity actually relies upon churn. Even that, it doesn't really rely upon churn. Well, in a way it does. It's like people buy into the product because they're working with it, and then they think, well, it's time for me to, I want to put things on the App Store. I want to do that, whatever. They start paying for the product. And so they got into it because it was easy to get into. But the actual, let's say, finishing the product from a purely cynical business sense is not an immediate importance. It's an importance in the longer term because eventually people will cotton onto this and they'll go and use Unreal instead. But I mean, all these things, they tend to have a similar kind of pattern, if you see what I'm saying. I mean, it's like... So I was saying there's a trend in the industry, and Blueprints is a bit like that because it gives you immediate access. It gives you a sense of power and control. But it's like, you have dreams to tame a dragon, right? And therefore you are given an egg that will hatch immediately into this little cuddly dragon that you're going to have fun with, and things are going to be great, and you can say how cute it is and make you feel good, but the dragon's going to grow in size, and before long it's going to be uncontrollable. And that is Blueprints. That's exactly what Blueprints is. And encourages the dabbling in programming without realizing that it's even programming, and then it's all a world of hurt if you're not careful. So the solution, so from my point of view, Blueprints is great. I love, I'm using it to build something, and it is quicker for me to build this simple thing. That's the key point, though. It's a simple thing I'm building. Is easier to build in Blueprints, especially taking into account I'm not familiar with Unreal. That's also another caveat. If I was very familiar with Unreal and the APIs in C++, it might actually be quicker for me to just use C++. But the reconfigurability of it is very nice, and C++ doesn't really support coroutines, but because Unreal doesn't have a scripting language that runs in a virtual machine. I hope eventually they add that so that you've got a choice between the visual and, well, that's another story. But because it doesn't have that, your choice is either to use C++, which doesn't support coroutines and therefore makes things like latent actions that you get in Blueprints are much more difficult to achieve in C++. In fact, there's no API or architecture provided to do it, so you have to make your own architecture for doing that. It's so useful to have those things out of the box. Blueprints has them. That's a damn good reason for using Blueprints. But You know, so I say that as a programmer. But if somebody isn't a programmer and they pick up Unreal and they start playing with the dragon, if they stick with it and their project grows in size, they will have a world of hurt, because they'll be falling into all the traps that novice programmers fall into, but they won't even recognize that they are programming. It's like scary. I hope that kind of makes some sense. I'm just going to now catch up with the chat, because I do a bit of a rant, then a bit of a catch up. Completely agree. In my honest opinion, you should see Blueprint as testing of systems to be later refactored. Some actions are very tedious and cluttered. Yes, they are. And that is one of the things that for me makes it sort of totally okay to use Blueprints, especially at the beginning, is that refactoring is actually quite easy. I'm quite impressed with how easy it is to create C++ that you can put into the Blueprint system. It's a non-trivial exercise. So I used to teach my students. It's a thing that's I call the binding problem, which is how you bind runtime entities to compile time entities. It's huge issue. You need some form of reflection in order to do it. Over the years, I've sort of done this in many different ways, you know, and there are many different solutions. They all have advantages and disadvantages. I think my favorite is actually to use hashing, because that's a very strong decoupling, has a risk of collisions, but that risk is fairly small. The version that Unreal uses for this, well, Unity uses C# reflection to solve the problem. So it's using the fact that the language has reflection, and if you want to know what reflection is, that's where a program that is executing in the language is able to have some information about the program itself, not just at the kind of source code level, in effect. It's able to know, for example, what the members of a class are. Now in C++, you don't know what the members of a class are, per se. The compiler knows the members of a class, but at runtime, you can't query that unless you use certain language features for reflection, which in C++ are have many issues and are usually turned off. In fact, Unreal doesn't use it. What Unreal does is it has a tool which parses the header files. So when you create a class that you want to use as a blueprint, you basically specify the definition of your class as usual in a header, but there are macros which are put in the header which are not read. It's confusing at first. They're not read by the compiler. They're ignored by the compiler, but they are processed by a tool which parses the header and extracts from it the information of the structure of the code and puts it in serializes it in some kind of data file that it puts somewhere. And so then when the game starts up, it's able to read this data and then get the information about the structure of the classes, the functions, the variables that you want. And it actually works really well. I think there are some caveats to it. You have to be careful of the structure of the headers, and if you mess that up, then things will get confused. But it seems to work pretty reliably, actually, and can be a real point of pain. So that I'm actually quite impressed with, and because it's got that, then it means that it's totally safe if you know what you're doing to use blueprints, but you do need to use them with an architectural skill to ensure that you don't end up with a tangle, because if you tangle up your blueprints, then it's actually then going to be just as difficult, perhaps harder, than if you're trying to refactor a code base that's unintelligible, and you'll end up throwing away the work that you did in the blueprints completely and then rewriting everything in C++ in one go. So it's good if you can migrate slowly from one to the other, which if you look after your architecture you can, but if you don't pay attention to your architecture, you'll end up having to do it all in one chunk, and that isn't ideal, because the only thing you'll retain from your iteration in blueprints is effectively the design of what you were doing. But any of the actual architecture you will ditch, right? Because there wasn't one. That's the way I look at it. Is Blueprint like Basic and C++ like the S? Well, yeah. You mean in the case of where there was Basic and built-in. Hi, Stefan. How you doing? Sorry, a bit of delay. I'm talking about stuff. Welcome. Is Blueprints like Basic and C++ like Atom? So that was like on the Acorn Atom, for example. Very old computer, around 1980. The first computer I owned that had a visual display. We don't count the graphics card I added to my Acorn System 1. That's another story. That one had a version of Basic that had built-in assembler. And you can look at it that way, yes, in the sense that even then, back then, all those years ago in 1980, the way I would write stuff is first write it in Basic, and then optimize the bits that needed to be into assembler. And this was very, very common, as you would have hybrid between Basic and assembler. But for some programs, like Letteroids was a game I wrote that was written entirely in assembler. So eventually, you know, because of memory constraints and so on, you would tend to end up ditching all of Basic, and you just have, you know. And then with Kickoff, yeah, I mean, there it was all in assembler, and I ditched everything, including the operating system, and I was hitting the hardware directly, because you could do in those days. So yeah, that is definitely a similarity. Blueprint can be a slippery slope for technical debt for bigger projects. Absolutely. If I had to sort of be an advocate for something, is really to ram home the message. If you are using blueprints, you are a programmer. Otherwise, if you're not a programmer, then you're reducing programming to being an operation of typing. And then we, as in the people who are programmers already, are now typists. See, that's not really the way it works. Unreal also tempts you to start working with blueprints, but you never learn about the core design patterns of UE's-based singletons like game instance. So you don't learn about proper architecture. Yeah, that's right. Again, it's and I don't know. I don't understand Unreal's architecture. I understand architecture in general, but I'm having to become familiar with it. I can tell you that it doesn't present its own architecture very well, in part because it doesn't have very good documentation. It uses strange terms for things sometimes. The documentation rarely has example code. That really bugs me, because it's like, put example code in. In fact, don't only just put example code in, have some tooling so that the example code that goes into the documentation is actually automatically tested. Come on, this is 2021. You know, anyway, rant. If I remember, an evangelist for Unreal Engine visiting IGAD uni once. Ah, so you're also from IGAD. He showed off his project entirely done in Blueprint. It was a nested nightmare of big flowcharts. Yes, that's it. Flowcharts. Here we are. You know, as if UML wasn't bad enough. Don't get me started on UML. Ugly, what did I call it? Ugly, misleading. What was the third word? Ugly, misleading, something or other. That was not very complimentary. The end results still look good. So one would argue if he needed proper knowledge of engine architecture, and programming patterns. Yeah, well, it's if you create something like that and it's a demo, yeah, fine. Now try shipping it. Now, if you're shipping a game, it's very important to understand this. If you're just doing a demo, it really doesn't matter. Just throw it together any old way. Nobody cares. It doesn't. You're not shipping a product. You want to ship a product? Take your demo and then do the following things to it. 1. Add a HUD. 2. Add a user interface and menus. 3. Add data for the different, I don't know, character classes if you've got them, but you know, you're going to have to feed data in there. 3. Add user account information. 4. Add localization. Yes, you need to make sure that you can localize your game, which means changing the text into different languages, which means taking into account that the strings in your text are going to be different lengths in different languages, and make sure that you design your UI in such a way that it can cope with the different languages, and put in there tooling to ensure that you can test the localization for each of the languages. Oh yes, and then add about 20 levels. Let's do that, and then maybe add some networking code in there too, and then and then seek to ship it on multiple platforms. So now you've got to worry about how you're going to get your game to run on multiple platforms, which isn't a case of just pressing a button. This is another thing that needs to be understood. When you use Unreal, you use Unity, it's not true that you can simply do a port by pressing a button. This works if your project is trivial. Then you can probably get away with it. But by the time you've packed your game with all the levels and all the polygons and all the shaders and all the textures and all the localization and all the music and all the voiceovers and all the... it won't fit. It'll run too slow. It'll use some feature that's not supported on a certain platform. It will need certain features that the particular platform owner really insists that you use. You'll have to interface somehow with the back end of the platform holder, which is going to be different for different platforms. The engine that you use may have an abstraction layer, but the abstraction layer is likely to be not always at the full level. It will always lag. When I was working on Kickoff Revival, I ended up having to use 4 versions of Unity. 4 versions. And it was for Steam, PS4, and Vita. And the reason I had to use these different versions was because the support for Vita and PS4 had different levels of, the iterations of the versions of Unity. They were lagging behind. It was like the version on PS4 didn't have support for something that then I had to go and figure out some solution and a crazy hack in order to reduce input lag. What really broke me was that it was an error. I because of the schedule, I had to get help to do the networking stuff and the connection to the back end stuff. And so in the rush to get the game out, basically that had to all be redone in the end because it was not architecturally sound. And this is specifically dealing with the API Sony servers, right? So what you got basically is that scenario where you make your game with blueprints and it looks good works if your game is trivial. Probably get away with it if it's Pac-Man with no localization. But otherwise, it's a long road, I can tell you. I know. I wish this was more understood because people think, I can imagine that. I imagine people saying, why is it so difficult to support multiple platforms? Surely you just press a button and it does it for you. Oh, if only they knew. If only the audience knew. Maybe they'd be a little more patient. Anyway, sorry. So, yeah, once they start adjusting the project or someone else needs to do so, you run into issues. Yeah, plus anything beyond the prototype. That's basically what I've been saying. Just see a pain ahead for implementing anything but game logic. Exactly. That's the other thing as well, is just then making iteration and changes and adding content becomes hell. Perhaps the ideal game development environment would be experienced developers providing a robust system properly written with all requirements that are not related to gameplay itself. Yes, absolutely. Exactly. That's part of the nugget philosophy, this architectural framework that more of a philosophy for architecture. While the gameplay can be tested and even tweaked with Blueprint. Well, yes, to some extent. Do remember that as soon as you start having to manage state machines, it can be hell. I suppose you can use behavior trees. I'm not exactly the world's greatest fan of behavior trees for various reasons, but they are supported in Blueprints, and effectively it's a state machine. I haven't tried them in Blueprints yet. But it's such a gnarly topic that it's very difficult to get right ever, really, to be honest. Two people. Robbie Storm. I remember that name. I don't. It's a long time ago. I don't really remember the students themselves. These topics are on my head for the last 4 years now. I'm working on multi-platform 3D world creation app on web, iOS, Android, UWP, including VR and AR support. And the engine is all written in Java. Wow. Oh, that must hurt. That must hurt really badly. How can you do multi-platform development with Java? It just how? How?
Hello, Dino.
Exactly how. How can that? It's not possible unless you pre-process all your Java source code to add a preprocessor so that you can turn on and off code. The problem with it, the reason why I'm so against the idea or can't imagine it, is because Java doesn't have hash if in there. You cannot switch on and off different pieces of code, and when you're supporting multiple platforms, you almost always have to do that. At some point, you have to do that. So if C# didn't have this, C# would be much less useful. But no doubt there's some workaround in there. Probably more object-orientated bloat in order to get around it. Every deployment for a new release is a fun test. Dozens of different builds with build automation agents that always have to be up to speed with platform support, fading in and out. Exactly. Yes, and then they also have to be upgraded all the time. And then you get this thing of like, hey, everybody, let's use this feature of Unity, this shiny feature, this orb that's very shiny. that has like shininess. And the problem is that you then look up and say, this shininess, no games have shipped with it yet. Oh, well, and so what you get then is this problem that if you've got a cutting edge feature that comes in the engine, then you have to upgrade your engine. When you upgrade your engine, this causes a problem because you might have plugins, and the plugins only work in the version of the engine that you have, but you want to have this feature, and to make it so that you can actually run this feature, you have to upgrade your engine. And then it turns out that the plugins that you have don't work with the new version of the engine. And so then you go, what do we do now? You go and call them up. You say, hello, you provide this thing. When are you going to support this? You know, and you go through a dance, and it's a dance that is, in terms of complexity, you have to multiply it up, because it's not just the fact that, hey, this game, I usually do is I at some point, if it's appropriate for me in a project to be doing it for whichever role I have in it, is to do an analysis of the project and all the plugins that are in it, and I go and look and say the version of Unity that we have, the version of Unity that we're likely to ship with, how, and keep track of every plugin. And this is huge because this is difficult, because what happens is, if the project is not controlled, is that suddenly people just working in the project, they just pull stuff off the asset store. Oh, so let's just have this. Oh, this is shiny. Let's have this shiny thing as well. And they start throwing this stuff in. And then what's happening is that that's anchoring down the version of Unity or the engine that you need to use, right? Until that time comes when it's going to be that discussion. Oh, we need to upgrade our version of. Always. This always happens. Always. You have to assume it's going to happen, because it's more than likely going to happen. Every project I've ever done with well, in this case with Unity, and not just Unity. No, just Unity. Yeah, right. Probably were other in the past, but that's the only one I can remember right now. I've been using Unity for 10 years. But look, it's like, that's what happens, is that at some point you're going to have there is a name for this, by the way, which might not from software engineering, which I don't know if it's so familiar to game development. It's called configuration management. It's when you're sorting out the versions of all the stuff that you have to use. So it gets really, really complicated. You have the platform holder changing the SDK that you use. So things move to a new form of SDK, and then it turns out that only certain versions of the engine that you use support that, and it turns out that in order to ship the product, so you have to be certified by the platform holder. They test it that you meet certain criteria, and one of the rules that they'll put in is you need to use our new API. And you go, oh, we need to use a new API. So it means that we can't ship. So it's not like a game. It's like we can't ship if we don't use the new API, and the only way to use the new API, this always happens at some point in a project. In order to use this kind of thing, in order to use the new API, right, you are going to have to use a newer version of Unity, but then these plugins that you're relying on, that you got for cheap off of the asset store, you better hope you've got the source code to them. Otherwise, what do you do? So then you end up having to make a choice. It's like, well, we're forced. We're going to have to upgrade the version of Unity. These things will break. So, of course, you can say then at that point, hey, you know what? We're going to use only plugins from reputable suppliers. The problem is that you're putting your project into the hands of people that the ability for your project to actually go forward. You're putting that into the hands of people who run their own businesses. and they have their own schedules, and yet they want to please you, but they're doing software development as well. It's out of your control. It's scary. If you really have to ship, it's scary. This is configuration management. It's a big deal, you know? And it can get crazily complicated, the interconnections between these dependencies. And that was one of the reasons why I ended up with 4 versions of... I had to work with 4 different versions of Unity when I was working on Kickoff Revival. That was the way of managing it. It's like... Now, of course, the code base is shared. It's the same code base. So now I have to have things at my end, you know, to allow me to work with the same code base with 4 different versions of Unity. And, you know, by themselves, any one of these things are not that difficult to deal with. But when you put it all together, it's hell. There you go. Do I still have the PS4 and Vita dev kits? I can neither confirm nor deny that. Wrong link. This video does a good job at explaining Unreal's framework. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. I will... Actually, if I click on this, and then I can bookmark it, I guess. Or if you post it on Discord, if you put that up there, I can check it out later. If anyone is interested, it's called the Unreal Engine Framework, from int main to begin play. Yes, thank you. That is very interesting. That will help. Because it's actually pretty difficult to get the kind of information I want to have, which is the one that gives me a big picture. So maybe that will help. It's a live service. Oh, yes, I forgot about that. With users being able to create and share spaces. There's no backwards compatibility, so we have to release all platforms at once. Yeah. Yeah. That is hard. And it's hard not because that kind of thing is hard, and it's actually not hard because it's hard to program. It's hard because it's hard to manage the configuration. It is the configuration management that is the thing that more than likely can break you. The impact that then it has upon the code. I mean, Cyberpunk 2077, by the looks of it, had that problem. You know, dealing with versions of the consoles that it needed to ship on. And the wide disparity between the power availability of the oldest and the newest platforms. This is just it. So always, the moral of this story is always think about configuration management right from the very beginning, because the sooner you get on top of it, the sooner you can avoid what will be, or rather, the sooner you can mitigate unavoidable problems. There's no way that you're going to avoid the problems, but you'll be in a better position to deal with them. Anyway, there we go. So, yes. Oh, and just one more thing. The reason you need a good software architecture, right, is because if you make your software in blueprints for C++ a mess, then what happens is it becomes inflexible. And if it becomes inflexible, then your risks go through the roof, because you're not going to be able to cope with unknowns. And configuration management is always an unknown. You never know when it's going to hit you. You know, you just never. And I include the different versions of the platforms, you know, the different platforms you have to ship on is a configuration as well. You know, it's always an unknown, so you need to be prepared for it. In fact, you need to be prepared for all the unknowns that exist on a project. You know, unless you're doing a new version of FIFA, I imagine they don't really have many unknowns anymore. But, you know, with most projects that are not, you know, redoing a thing you've done a million times, there are a huge number of unknowns. That the only way you can get rid of them is you either prototype. That's the great thing about prototyping. It reduces the number of your unknowns, therefore it reduces your risk. The other way is that you can be flexible, and the only way to be flexible in the face of complexity is to organize stuff. That's organizing your code, and that's, you know, essentially what architecture is about. All right. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, I was just trying to fix this problem. If I build, because I had a script, and I'm just getting this. Okay, so I had a script that will not. It's an AutoIt script, and when I build this AutoIt script, it causes AutoIt to go wrong. Now I've ascertained it's not the file name. Right, it compiled it. It doesn't run. So it actually is a problem with this script. But the really weird thing about it is that if I put an exit here, so it's got something to do. You know, I think, even though I told Windows Defender, I went beyond the pale, beyond what was socially acceptable. I was just stating a truth about game development. I don't want to be a pariah again. Being a pariah isn't fun. I think this is most odd. So what I'm going to do is make a copy. Oh no, I have a copy already because I've got restart Unreal 2. I'm going to just delete all this. Right. I'm just really upsetting me that AutoIt is failing me right now, but I can't believe it's AutoIt's fault. All right. So what we have, this reminds me of problems I used to get years and years ago when I was doing assembler programming. You would end up with a certain, you know, your code would become too long, wouldn't fit, or you would have some code that you would have that would generate a bug. And then you would be trying to debug your code, not to debug your code, but to debug the source code, because the source code crashed the compiler. And then you would sort of turn on and off bits of code trying to debug it. And guess what? I know it's not the core of what I wanted to do here, but I want to, you know me, I want to find an answer to this. This script is breaking something, because when I remove the script, it doesn't break. So now what we do is we remove the source code. This would be a bit like in Java, you know, you would have to do this. You can't use #if, right? It's all connected, you see. That works, because the problem is it doesn't create a valid executable. So then I'll undo this. Really classic technique for solving this kind of problem. You go back here and you sort of, let's divide and conquer. Again, it just immediately does an exit. And right, and then I try running that. You do restart Unreal, and it's unable to open the script file. So now we know that whatever it is that's causing it to break is in here. This funny thing is, this is code I've built before. See, my suspicion is it's actually Windows Defender. Even though I told it to exclude this directory, I'm pretty convinced it's going to ignore my request because it's a Microsoft product, and that's always the first thing that happens. You do something and it doesn't do what you think it should do, what it says it will do. This is normal. Right. And we go here and we go restart Unreal. End if right. Now we have an actual error. Oh, because there was an if statement here. So we remove the if statement and we hit the compile. And then we run again. And now this is not breaking. So now we know that it's got to be this, except it doesn't have to be this, because it could just be, I don't know, the length of something. It could be a comment. It could be anything. This is really annoying when this happens. I'll hit F7. I've added it back. I added a new line as well. And you see now, it actually, I'm kind of wondering whether it's like a hash, and you just sort of add some nonsense in there, and then it suddenly, see, that worked. So what this did was it closed down Unreal automatically, and it closed down Visual Studio automatically, so that's fine. And so we come back and we add a bit more. The next thing that it does is it should open. I'm just going to rebuild the script a bit at a time. It's really weird, just like the good old days. Because the script would work if I ran it in line, but if I build the executable, which I've now done, and I go, and that worked. It started up Unreal. And so then we go into the next bit. We need to sleep. Oh. So I think one of the things that we need to do to help this problem of with blueprints is that we need to appreciate and understand that using blueprints is programming, and so we need to have training in the industry for people to use blueprints with the mind of a programmer, to train the discipline of good programming. Also for people who use blueprints, not treat it like you're not a programmer, but treat it like you are a programmer. The language you use is a visual one, right? Does that make sense? So I'm not actually being at all sort of negative or saying or elitist. It's got nothing to do with that. It's got to do with actually elevating the status of blueprints and saying it is programming, so we need to train for it. That is my message, just to be clear. You know, as an industry, that's what we really need to do. That's my conclusion after working with it so far. So see, now it's failed. So I've added all this in and now it fails. But do not think for a minute that the failure is actually due to it executing this stuff. It's failing because of the number of sends. Maybe, I don't know. It's my guess is it's failing because this scripts, they send keystrokes to an application, and so then I think that Windows Defender kind of freaks out a bit and says that's suspicious and just locks it down because of the number of. Now this is my theory. So if I comment this out, build the executable. And I go here and yeah, see? Well, that's something else as well. It's like, it's a good one. I mean, a technical artist is often also doing programming. But I think it's very, very important for technical artists to, and artists also, like it's this thing, right? It's like, I'm not an artist. I wouldn't dream of doing art for a game instead of an artist doing art for a game. The art is the responsibility of artists. And you'd say then programming is the responsibility of programmers. This is kind of makes sense, right? But what you've got I've seen more than one occasion is this tendency for other disciplines to encroach upon programming. So whereas we wouldn't dream of having non-artists doing art and non-designers doing design, increasingly there's a habit of allowing non-programmers to program, and sometimes that goes as far as technical artists. Although technical artists should definitely do programming, they might need to recognize that some of the things that they're doing might be better done, more quickly done, and let's say done with an eye on architecture and all the other stuff I've just been talking about, if handled by a programmer. So at least work together with someone who's a programmer and is able to understand how your code will affect the other code. All code affects other code, right? Just in the same way as art affects art. You know, you go and put a tree in a scene and it's a totally different style to every other tree, that's going to be a problem. Well, that's what you get with programming as well, right? So what we get in our discipline is this other stuff that comes in. And if this is done in the wrong way, without that collaboration, you can end up with code that shouldn't be there in the project because it was done by non-programmers. And then at some point, a programmer is going to have to go and clear that up. But it can be difficult to do that sometimes because it might be that code shouldn't be touched now. And so then programmers, the engineering has to now work around an artifact that if it had been made properly in the first place, we wouldn't need to work around it. And this can actually, this is often forgotten, other disciplines, when they fail in something, unless they actually check in an asset not following guidelines, they can break a project, yes. But point with code, but in principle, you know, you put an ugly tree in a scene, it's not going to really bring down your whole build. But with programming, every single thing has to be right, like mathematics. There is zero tolerance for flakiness. That thing that does a particular visual effect that was made in a way that's not suitable for production code can cause the whole project to fail. So at some point, someone's going to have to go and find it and fix it and patch it. And so engineering becomes then, when the thing goes wrong in projects, engineering becomes the discipline that has to go around sweeping up the mess. And this isn't really, and then answering also for, you know, why is it slipping? You know, that's not a good collaboration. Collaboration is important. It means we need to respect each other's disciplines. And so in the same way as I respect the other disciplines as an engineer, I feel it should go both ways, that there should be that mutual respect. And so in to make sure that the thing flies, because ultimately it doesn't matter how pretty it is. Cyberpunk, there's another. It doesn't matter how pretty it is. You know, you want to make sure that it doesn't sink. It floats, that it works, and that always has to be remembered. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's sort of like it doesn't mean that it doesn't prohibit. In the same way, there's nothing that prohibits, you know, a programmer from, you know, making contributions to art, especially if they have skills in that area. But, you know, presumably they need to check in with someone in the discipline. It's like, right, we've got to look after and after the, you know, areas that we're experts in, and that applies across the board for all of them. But sometimes, you know, there's the view of, well, you know, do we really need to bother programming with this? And it's like, well, if it has the danger of sinking the project because of you know, technical debt, then yes, you need to involve programming in it. I mean, at least to assess the technical debt, if nothing else, you know. It's really, really strange, that one. I haven't really quite figured out where that comes from, but I've seen that build up over the last 20 years. The first time I encountered that was probably about 20 years ago. I was like, I think it might also be because programmers tend to be quite expensive, so it's like, yeah, well, how can we get things done in a less expensive way? Anyway, back here, I'm going to sort of try a thing. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 downs. So what I shall do is for I equal for, I don't know how to do the for statement in this language. I do use this for next. I don't want to use for in. There we are. Yeah, for $I, yeah, it's like basic. For $I equal 1 to, did I say 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1 to 15. Send a down. And then next. Yeah, absolutely right. There's you know, there's this thing of bridging between disciplines is so important, and I've got tremendous respect for anybody who has to do that. And I think a good thing for TAs to do is, you know, that's a good part of what they can do. Is you can also say that therefore there should also be technical designers as well, and I'm absolutely for that. So one great way of resolving this, or help deal with this, is that there are cross-disciplines. So you would have a technical artist, but yeah, I was wondering, do you need to have a designer artist? There's less of a dependency between design and art. There still is, but that can be just handled by having everybody work as a team. But the dependencies between art and tech, and design and tech, those are quite critical. And artists speak a language that engineers maybe don't understand. designers speak a language that maybe engineers don't understand, and vice versa. And a very powerful thing to do to try and help game development is make sure that those things, those communications can happen, right? So that you don't you make great project level design decisions that are synergistic. I love the word synergy. Such a shame that the word became overused, and it's one of those words people cringe at, but it's actually, if we're going to ditch the word synergy, we need to replace it with something else. Don't ditch the concept of what synergy is. Synergy is how I like to say, how different things dance together in a way that the result is greater than the sum of the parts. It's very, very clear. It's not a fuzzy thing at all. Synergy is a very clear thing. It's where the result is greater than the sum of the parts. And if you have to say the result greater than the sum of the parts, that's a bit of a mouthful, right? Anyway, so I'm going to see if this works. This isn't what I was intending to work on, but it really doesn't matter, since this is really about ranting with a little bit of technical work. It still doesn't. That shocks me. Come on. If I get rid of that down. No. This enter. No. This whole thing. This little bit here. It's like it's trying to thwart me. Really, like it's trying to thwart me from having my automatic opening of Visual Studio. How weird. If I put that sleep in, will it work? Yes. If I put in the for loop, does it work? Yes. If I send the enter, does it work? Can I send a down and enter? This is so weird. I'm still running. Still running. Right, let's rebuild it. Down and enter. If I do down and enter from here, it's going to do a new level. We'll see. No. It's like sending a down key stroke is obviously triggering Windows Defender. So what we will do, because I can't, what I suspect is I need to restart the computer, then the exception for Windows Defender will probably kick in. So I'm just going to remove this attempt to automatically open up Visual Studio, which was the whole reason I was looking at it, and we'll move on, otherwise I'll be here all day. So, oh, I didn't mean to do that. HAL, initiate Unreal Restart Protocol.
That's a mouthful. You should have used boost.
Yeah, it's not that there's anything... Yeah. You put lesser features in inverted commas and quite right. There isn't really sort of lesser features. All important. But, as I like to say, the most important thing is that the ship floats. Ship with a P. And we go and open this up. There we go. Hey, Mike. Your lowered level by. Would you? He's like, oh my gosh, that's just. I know. Admittedly, to be fair, I did start that one. It just, if I'd known it was going to go that low, I probably would have decided not to. Should we start the level? I'm actually going to try and do some work. How long have I been going? Like 2 hours or something? I don't know. And I haven't actually started any programming yet. That's pretty bad. Here's my scene. If I hit play, I know my reluctance. Why was I putting it off? Because it's not a pleasant thing I'm trying to deal with. I'm trying to deal with changing the colour of things. It's like, it should be easy. These days it isn't. It's never easy. Can't I just sort of change the colour? Say, can I make it red, please? No. Make cube. The cube is black. That's the problem. The cube is weird. The cube looks weird because it's a cube with a shadow, and the cube is black. And that's the problem. Why is the cube black? So what we'll do is look at the level blueprint, and here it is. And the bit I'm working in here is I'm trying, right, I'm trying to change the material. So the cube, I'll just verify this first of all. If I break this here, I have to stop playing. That's really annoying. I come here and it's like, I have to stop playing. So tired of that all the time. All right, I think of something DevOpsy for that at some point. So break link, there we go. Now if I hit play and then I go to my, see, I make a network connection and ask it to make a cube, and the cube is blue-ish. The problem is I want to change the color of the cube. So what I'm trying to do is, right, this is really frustrating. I come here and it's like I need a quick way to stop this, which is press escape. Oh, that's not too difficult. I don't need to use the mouse. Yeah, I can just hit escape. Okay, right. Duh. We'll just connect this up here, and then what it's trying to do is create a dynamic material instance on the target, which is the thing that I just created. I take the actor, and from the actor I get the component, which is this one, an actor component class reference. From the actor component class reference, I get an array of component class references. It could be that, you know. No, because this is what's set. So I set this component, index of the skin, to replace the material for, right? And I know this works because when I do this, I see a change in the color of the cube, which means this is changing the material. The problem is it's supposed to change it to the material that it has currently. Now what's weird with that is that in order to get the primitive component, I need, it's like get the material that's currently on it. Isn't there a way to do that? Because I can put a source material, so I want to know what the current material is. And this is the bit that's a little bit frustrating, because this is where I don't understand the architecture of materials. In fact, the scene, you've got a component here which is a static mesh component, an array of static mesh component object references. I get the first one. I convert it to a static mesh and I get the material of the static mesh, and I use that as the source material. In theory, it shouldn't change the material because I am in effect copying the material, but it doesn't work. Now the 2 points of failure here is that there is a material index, so it could be that there's more than one material. It could also be that there's more than one of these. I think what I'm going to try is put a breakpoint on here. Why is that? Okay, that's fine. I switch back and I make the cube, and material, engine materials. Yes, it automatically assigns it. That's what I did wrong yesterday. I found that out. It assigns it as well, but I'm trying to get it. So when I get here, the return value of this was only one component. One. And I don't know how many materials there are. Does that look right to you? Because really, if you're familiar with Unreal, I could use some help here, because I just don't get. Also, I'm not sure what the difference is between a primitive component and a static mesh component. Why is it that I use a primitive component to set the thing, and then I use a static mesh to get the static? Yeah, I don't need this set material. A prim component is the parent of a static. Okay. So when I get the primitive component, But can I get the... Can I get the material from... Static mesh component is a component which holds a static mesh. Okay, so what I'm looking for is the asset. Oh, okay, right. So then why does this not work? Because then I'm fetching here. No. One moment, that's a distraction. I don't need that. What I do is I get the static mesh component. And I've verified there's only one. It gets, and I have to sort of convert it from this to, which is a static mesh component object reference, to a static mesh object reference. And then I get the material and I feed it in. Yeah, what it should do is get the material that is the current material of the cube. And it should assign it back to that material. Okay, so it should work. But what happens is it goes black. So it means that what I want to do eventually is change the color of the material. So what I'm really trying to do is get it to copy a material or create a new material, because if I change the color of the material it has, it changes it for everything. So I need to... So that's why I've got create dynamic material instance, because I want to create a new material with a color specific that this cube can use. So as a stepping stone for that, there was this, which is, well, get the current material and assign it back into the same thing. It should not change the cube, but it does change the cube. And that's the bit I don't understand why it's doing that, and I'm not sure strategy for fixing it. What if you write a new create dynamic material instance node without dragging it from the print? Yeah, then I end up with I'll end up with a black one again, because it will be an empty material. So you might ask, why don't you might know the answer to this, why am I trying to do it like this? Because I can't find a way of referencing a material in a blueprint. This will be another way, because I have a material. This is what I was trying yesterday. Really glad you're here, because this was driving me nuts. Perhaps the reason why I've been doing so much ranting, because this is not fun. Where is my material? Here, this material. Right? If I want to assign this material, I surely should be able to take this material and drag it. Oh, look at that. Sometimes you connect them, but I can do this. Can I? It's inconsistent user interface, but okay. But that's the way. But how do I change its color? That was the reason why. It's like I wanted to modify. I wanted to modify the color. So let's see if this works first, because this is a good test. What I should get is a blue cube. In actual fact, one of the problems there is that it already is a blue cube. So let me just fix that first. If I go into this, what is this? Oh, it's already set to color. No, that's no good. Hang on. Let me try this. What I'm going to do is make a new material. If I can duplicate this, so that then I have another material. Which one? This one, which I'm going to call just red, right? And so this is going to be, for testing, a hardwired red color. Like so. Save that. And then Oh, I think I lost my blueprints. Open level blueprint. There we go. So now I have a red. Right, so this is a good test. I can assign it like that. And then I hit play and we're going to... I should really set it up so I don't have to do this, but I suppose this way I'm always testing this part of the thing as well, so I know if it breaks. Make cube. Oh, we hit the breakpoint. We undo the breakpoint, resume. Okay, that's a little bit of I have actually been able to change the color, right? But now what I want to do is modify the color of the material that I assign. If you hook up the set vector parameter to what? If you set the parameter name Oh! Oh, right, yes. That's what I had before. I was stuck because I couldn't drag the material in because I didn't know you dragged it to the pin. Yes. You mean this? Because that was my first plan. Right. So I think I was just missing. Okay, well that's encouraging. So we're now back to where we were last night. And I said, if I get a yellow cube, that would be a great thing. So thanks for your help there, Rob. Let's see if it works. I'm expecting, I'm wanting, I'm desiring a yellow cube. Oh. Flipping egg. Base color. Is the colors wrong? Oh. Yes, you've got a point there. You've got a very good point because this is called base color. Good catch. Yeah. I think I probably tried that at some point. Escape. Base color. Okay. Let's try again. Oh. All right, make cube. Do we have a yellow cube or not? It's Groundhog Day. It's Groundhog Bug. It's where you do things and it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't change anything. We're there right now. It's like, what is wrong? This return value is the material instance dynamic. I don't know the reference. I set the base color. Check for spaces. You're a wise person. Check for spaces. Let's do that. I thought you weren't allowed to put spaces in there. But yeah, okay. Because in some places you're not allowed to put spaces. In some cases, there's no spaces. Maybe this is one of the cases where there are spaces. Let's try again. Once again, make cube. I want a yellow cube. Please. Yellow. It is a yellow cube. Thank you so much. I've finally managed to change the color of the thing. Okay, this means I can probably finish the... This is one of the pains of binding. If you bind things by string name, that's the kind of problem that you get. So this means I now have a way of changing the colour. Look, it's very simple. This is all I need to do. A flipping abomination for the nation. So what I'm going to do is connect this to that. No, come on, connect this to that. I said, there we are. So that I now have a self-contained thing that should be able to set colors. If I select these, this is to set the color of a primitive. Very handy function. I'm going to collapse it to a function. It did collapse. I was concerned it might not. Oh, damn. I got that wrong. We're going to have to try that again. I need to select all of this and that little dot over there. Otherwise, you can't seem to change the number of pins afterwards. So I collapsed to a function, and now the function I don't even know if it uses the self. But anyway, the function is going to be called set color. And I can use that to set the color of anything. Given the vector. I'm just going to made a change. Test. Yeah, I considered that, but at the moment, for flexibility, I'm just going for the naive approach of every object will have its own material. It just makes it easier, because otherwise I need to sort of the only reason why it would be a value is if I create something else it needs to, and I call it red, then I need to map the colors. I need to keep track of the colors against the materials and then do, you know, it's not that hard to do, but it's a bit of a distraction. You should not use create dynamic material instance function. Hey Michael, how you doing? Yes, in that case I would be assigning the material and using a pool. I'd create a map, probably of the name of the color to the color material, and then it would check and see if I'm asking for something that's red and red is already exists, it'll assign it red. The problem is if I change the color later, then I need to it needs to see that and say, okay, you're not using red anymore, and branch off and create another color. Which makes sense, but there's no real point, because I'm not going to be at this point. I'm doing fine, thanks. I'm not at this point going to be making a lot of objects in the scene. There's going to be relatively few for the purpose of working with the Phi programming language. And basically, instead of having a graphical library that I use with Phi, I'm going to use this so that Phi can just talk over the network to this running in a window, and so the graphical display is a completely different program to the Phi. So the Phi project stays lean and mean, compiles fast, doesn't have any dependencies, and just communicates over the network. This is the nugget, you know, the heart of the nugget architecture. So, cool. Thanks a lot for your help there. That was very helpful. So what I'm going to do is just test this out, and oh, does that mean that this assigned material thing doesn't actually... I'm going to be rolling this out for the others, but I do need to pick out the color, and for that I need a color. I did create a color variable, so it parses. If you're wondering what this is here, this is the parser. It's actually doing the commands that I send over the network when they arrive. They are parsed in blueprints as well. And this is the parser. And what it does is it caches the values, so color is set when I use the col command to set the color. So in fact all I need to do is I have to parse color into a vector, and I actually have a function for that. Which is... where else did I use it? There we go. Parse vector. See. So what we do is we get the color, which is a string. Get color, which is a string. Then we also parse that string, which is a vector, to give me an well, in this case a red, green, blue, to set the color. It's the wrong type. It's a linear color structure. Oh, there is a converter. Oh, that's handy. So it will convert that. So this now means I can select the color of the cube. That's what I'm going to test next. Set vector. Oh, that's a good one. Thank you. Set vector parameter value on materials. I'm just going to see if I can bring that up and just put it there so I remember it. Set, copy and paste. Oh. Ah, you mean this? Set vector parameter value. And that handles that kind of, you know, management. Oh, you think yeah, that keeps turning on, which is really annoying. Oh no, look, there is one. I will keep that there. So let's try running this, see if it works. So now if I go to, I'm driving this terminal from Netcat. So make color. I'll try making it green. So 0, 1, 0 should be green. It says unhandled command. Okay. So let's see what went wrong there. Oh, there is a col. Yeah. It says unhandled command. How weird. Pause 000. I think it always says unhandled command. That's a bug that's been around. Alright, well I won't worry about that right now. It's probably going around too many times in the loop. Start again. We go here, we run. I'm going to do color 010, which should give me a green. cube when I say make cube. Oh, that's nice. Good one. So I will roll this one out now. These three, stop. These three can be there like this. This can go here. Connect up the input pin. There we go. Connect up the input pin. And there we go. This one, and this one. Then we'll do this here as well. This one, and this one. And we'll test that. So I should now be able to make yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting looking at that because I have to sort of repeat these. But in the end, it's like these actually, if we take this and this and the root can be put, I could collapse this into these into functions and just have them there, and it probably couldn't go much simpler than that. That would be fairly normal thing to do. It's just in code, it's simpler. I mean, they've got a switch statement here, and then it's make one. Unfortunately, the thing that makes it a little gnarly is that when I ask for a cube or a cone, I'm actually using one of these. I have to use this thing, and each one is hardwired. So it's not like that. I couldn't find a way of saying make an actor.
Captain. Success.
What are you doing? I can't make it sort of just say make a primitive in the scene, and you know, like that's a copy of, or maybe there's a way of doing it. But if I could do that, then I can make it more data driven, if you see. But right now this is good enough. And the thing is this is actually not bad because it's clear what's going on, and you can see how to extend it. So I'm not really too bothered right now. Let's see if this can be made to work. I can go Carl 100 make cube, create object of class. Oh yeah, okay, that's a good tip, thank you. I'm sort of still very new to Unreal. Color 010, position 100 100 100, and make cube. So hopefully I've got another cube and it's green. Yes, that's good. Got a green and a red cube. But let's make other primitives, because then I can go color 0 1 1, which would be cyan, position 200 100 100, make sphere. And now we've got a cyan sphere. This is nice. Color 110, position 300 300 100 100, make cone, yellow cone. Color 111, position minus 100 100 100, make cylinder. Color 000, position minus 100 200 100, make plane. Oh, but you know, let's also scale it 4 4 4. Well, it doesn't matter, but anyway. Boom. So that actually made a black plane. That's all working very nicely. Yeah, happy with that. Next, we need to have the ability to change the color of an object after it's been created. So here is the thing that does that. We have the ability to apply. This is on the apply, parsing of the apply instruction. I'm going to have to add a new pin. There we go. Going to add a new pin, and this one's going to be called col for color, and it's very straightforward. We need to take the color variable, we need to pass the vector like so. Well, I'll probably just bring this down a bit. Like, and I need to use set color. So that needs to go into there, the conversion. The asset I need to set, which is why, oh dear me, not compatible. Hang on. Oh, yeah, I need the input pin. So the input pin is the thing I'm trying to change. This is found here. That's the actor. There we go. And so the color command runs through, sets the color of the current object, and it needs to come back there like they all do, where it can go and parse the next one. Okay. Save that. Changes the class after. Ah. Oh, right. Okay. Cool. I shall refer back to this stream later. Let's see if this works. In theory, this should now allow me to change a cube, an object color afterwards. Position 00200. Let's try scale 222. Rotation 45001. Color 100 001. I make it blue. Make cube. That made like a big blue cube according to those specifications, which is also rotated, as you see. And now, can I change its color? That's the thing. So what I need to do is put a new color in. So, for example, let's go for magenta. No, that's color 101, and tell it to apply the color. That's so sweet. I now have the minimum specification of my thing because I can do everything I need to make it useful. Not true. I lie. I just remembered something. If I make this into a build, I really do need to be able to position the camera, and the light's a bit dim as well. So I've got to be able to position the camera. Absolutely. So that's going to be interesting. This directional light, I'm sure there is a luminosity value. There is. Oh my God! Look at that bloom. You got to have bloom. Um. 10. So let's just see. Put that command in. Oh, that's quite bright, I would say. I think I would also, you know what? I think I would also like to be able to put in lights as well, because why not? Then I can do something about the other side, which is completely black. Oh, unless I can set the ambient light level. Where is that? I love ambient light levels. It's a great way to make sure you can see things. I think they're not very fashionable though for some reason. And that is usually hell. I mean, you know, it's like it moves around in Unity. I just really, unless you know, if you know how I can, from a skylight, yeah, it comes from some other random thing. Okay, educate me. What's a skylight? You mean a skybox? Oh, there's a skylight. I see. But I mean, isn't it just possible just to have set the ambient? It's so handy just being able to set the ambient. Why make it complicated? I have added an ambient light. Okay. I know, and that's great. You can sample a cube, that's wonderful. But if somebody just wants to have good old-fashioned ambient, I just knew that that would be one of those things. You know. What do you want an ambient for? It's like, and then I have to set this up. I need to put something in there. I need to put some none. Source type. I have zero interest actually in trying to figure that out right now. It's like I could lose a couple of hours trying to do something that simple. I know, exactly. I have to use Unreal. No, I don't. I can make my own shaders. And then I can have all the ambient I want. Actually, that... I wonder. Because... that's the point, isn't it? If I take this and put it here... And maybe I'm going to change this colour because that's a bit hideous. I have to say, there's too much like programmer art. That it's just. I think we're going to go with that. So this material, this is the shader. So let's have a look at this wonderful shader here. I'm sure it's got an ambient. Oh, look, it doesn't. Am I the only person who likes ambient? What I like to do is create a scene that has when I'm doing simple scenes, and I'm a programmer, not an artist, so I like to have an ambient that I can set so that there's a minimum level of darkness, and then I can put directional light in and I'm done. Otherwise you need to put in multiple directional lights, or you have to, you know, use the sky thingy. Then I need to put in some kind of map in there. And then how do I change the colour of that? If I want to change the colour of the ambient, how do I change the colour of the ambient? I mean, probably, if I'm lucky that there's some kind of tint function. A post-processing volume. I knew it. You have to joust it in a post-processing volume, and it's just like, it's like I'm using a whole bunch of stuff. All I want is an ambient. But there might actually be a better shader, because I guess this is the shader, right? I could be stuck in here forever. I mean, you know, keep it simple. Ambient, diffuse, specular. You know, programmer is in heaven. Just with those, all you need. Grumble, grumble. What I will do is instead, right now, no. Oh, why did I do that? I forgot what was. I have to go back, and I have to go here, and I have to set this up again. Just like, oh dear. Oh dear. Right, save it this time. Okay. Right, we'll go away. Right. So what I will do is add the ability to add lights and to move the camera. Well, I suppose for a light it's fairly simple. I just go and get the light I have. The light I have. This light. Oh yeah, That was it. And then I have to go and do this weird thing. I always to remember to go here. It's like turn it into a class. When you select this, it's turned it into a class. I now have a directional light blueprint. Which is fine. Okay, my directional light blueprint. I can then probably just use the same pattern that I already have for everything else in here. We'll go in here. What do? We need to create a new kind of object. Oh, it's here. Color. I didn't hook this up. Oh, that's weird. What color is this? This doesn't make sense. All right. In here, we put a light. Ah, I knew. Thank you so much. Because moving the camera, I was thinking, that's going to be hell. Because nobody uses Unreal this way, as far as I can see when I search the internet. Nobody goes and says, put the camera here. Or if you look at all the examples, they're all primarily the camera is on top of some character running around. You know, it's like. But I'm approaching this in the old school way is like I want to experiment with a scene, with a cube and a plane and a light. And I want to be able to put the camera where I want. One of the issues here is, as you can see, I'm running this. While it's running, these controls are working. Actually, it's not running right now. These controls, look at this, which means that there is something already operating on this camera. I anticipate that getting a camera that I control that isn't going to move when I press the ADSW keys is going to fight me. You know, no. Why do you want to do that? I mean, it's almost like being on Stack Overflow. Why do you want to do that? The camera belongs to the pawn. A pawn is a representative of the player, be it a character or God. So it comes with a load of baggage. Yeah, all right. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. Let me do the light first. Really appreciate your help, by the way. You're the first one. And so for a light, we can go, no, I can't do that. You see, that's the thing. Yes, I have to actually drag the light into the scene and do that. It's really annoying. Okay, here we go. Light to there. Oh gosh, do it again. Light to there. Root to there. Oh, there's a register item in there. Oh yes, of course. And we need to drag this to here. And of course it doesn't work automatically. Suppose that would be an implicit cast, huh? And then this goes, oh, this goes to here. Oh, this goes to here. Wait a minute. Oh no, that's fine. Set the color. This goes to here. This goes to here. Quicker to type it. Oh, that's set the color of the light. Sorry, yes. To get ahead of myself, as I'm quite sure that base color is not going to change the color of the light. We'll just stick with that for now. Alright, so Rob here is helping me out with, you know, how I can move the camera. We should make sure that moving the camera is as difficult as it possibly can be. The best thing is to probably do this in the player pawn. The camera belongs to the pawn. A pawn is a representation of the player, be it a character or god. A pawn gets controlled by a controller, be it a player controller or an AI controller. And it be just controlled by the programmer. This is to separate input giving and input handling. Yes, but what's that got to do with a camera? I mean, you know, you can have a camera without input. Right. The video about Unreal on Discord also explains these concepts very well. Also, what you're trying to do here with accessing external components is, this is something very common in Unity, but in Unreal you really have to set up these connections either by a sort of initialization sequence and storing them as variables, or by having many git actor of classes. Yeah. Bloat wasn't built in a day, right? Right, so the light, the creation of the light is in there, and that should be enough to make that work. So let's see. Now, what I'm going to do is, what I'm going to do is just try it, actually. Not get fancy. Fancy. I'm going to put this cube in. There it is. Yeah, it's a mess. Hopefully the mess can be abstracted away. I cannot stress the importance of being able to set up a simple scene. It's actually really, that's one of the things that if they could improve Unreal with, is that the ability to cater for that. Because sometimes you even need to use that in order to profile on a platform. You want to set up a simple scene. I mean, I really hate the fact that while this is running, look at all this crap here. It's like there's a camera actor and a default pawn, and there's a game mode base and game network manager. There's a game session and there's a game state base. There's a HUD. There's a particle event manager. There is a player camera manager. There's a player controller. There is a player start PIE. There's a player state. I didn't put any of those in. It's really annoying. Make light of it. One has to. Well, it looks like I made a light. It certainly did light something. Where is the light? I'm beginning to see the light. That's really annoying that I can't see the light. Where is the light? I would delight in knowing where the light is. You're kidding me. They don't do anything. They used to do something, but nowadays... Wow. So their lava flow explains them. Okay, excellent. I will definitely watch that video. In the meantime, I'm puzzling over... yeah, you know what? I'm going to stop right there because it's confusing me. I'm going to remove my directional light from my scene. And actually, to be honest, I'm going to remove the plane as well. Because I can add those myself. So I'll make a script for this. If I connect to this, I can do, first of all, position 0, 0, 0, scale 10, 10, 1. Rotation, I'm just going to specify some default values for my plane. Just specify everything. Position, scale, rotation. The color is going to be grey plane. 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Make.
I captain.
No.
Success.
Oh, what you doing? Oh. How? That was not a good time. I didn't say that word. You thought... Hal thought I said make it so. Because I said the word make there, you see. I'm saying this very fast, especially when I say make it so, because it's sort of tacked on to other things, then Hal isn't going to hear it. But should I make a little delay before I say make it so, then it will actually... whatever. Plane. But of course we can't see it because we don't have a light. So I'll also do... it doesn't matter about the position for a directional light. Rot. 0, 0. One. 180. 1. 0. 0. Should make the light point downwards. That's what I want. Make light. That didn't work. Well, maybe it did, but I can't see anything because of where the right. Okay, that was a terrible idea. Just for the record. Can I undo that change? No, I can't undo. You can't undo after you hit play. You can't undo after you hit play. Oh, dearie me. I feel like I'm back in 1995. Let me put a directional light back in. Into the viewport. Yes. I mean, that's a serious matter that you can't do that. Honestly. Oh, everything's broken now. My plane doesn't appear. Make cube. No. Oh. Oh, there's a that. What's this? What's this I see? What is this I see before me? It looks like. Is it the cube? We stop there. Hit play. Come back to this. Make cube. Oh, it's there. It's just very not very bright. Okay, so put the camera back somewhere sensible. Let's take this. The lux is of this light is actually quite high. I'm going to put the plane back in. Everything started to go wrong when I took the plane out. Oh, in here. Okay, look, there we are. Edit. I want, yeah, that annoys me as well. Is that you're going there and you're going, where's the transform? Where is it? You have to actually scroll up. La 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 la. Location. Let's reset the location. Location. And we need to make this 10. I'm going to make this 10 again. Okay. Let's see if this works, because I was totally lost as soon as I got rid of the light. Make cube. There is a cube. It's black because I didn't specify color. The default color is going to be black. Make a light. I can see that a light did actually light. I'm also getting an error. Attempted to access index 1 from array. Call find paths into array return value length 0. I think it's harmless. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Make cube, make light. I'm now going to. Oh, I know. Especially because that I'm going to stop play. And then I'm going to do something that you can do in Unity. So that means that you might not be able to do it here. Oh, yes you can. You just use that to turn it off. Okay. Oh, no, but it came back. Yes. I was just thinking that's because this doesn't actually make it invisible. It just turns it off in the view screen. Then it becomes visible when you hit play. Okay, I get it. Right, we go to the plane. And then what we want to do is not display the plane. So I want to turn the plane off. Now this is really useful facility in Unity. It's like incredibly useful that you can turn it off. And I'm wondering, can you turn it off? You know, is there a way of turning it off? My guts are telling me there may not be a way of turning it off. I'm not immediately finding it. There's a way to turn it off. That would be really useful, because then I wouldn't have to mess about. Please tell me there's a way to turn it off. How about if I right click here and folks, turn, select visibility. That only works for meshes. Bool hidden in game. Where there's a bool hidden in game. That is so annoying. There's no way to hide it. What are you supposed to do then? So you can't hide a node and it hides all the children. Moan, moan, moan. Hidden in game. Search details. Hidden. Actor. Hidden in game. You can search for the parameter. Yeah. Actor hidden in game. That's very good. But then why the hell can I still see it? Let me try. I hit play. It is definitely hidden in game. So then I need to turn it off in game as well. Right. And then and then we go over here and we make cube, make light. And there we are. We make the cube, we make the light. I now see a cube. Not very bright. A bit like me. I need to double click on... No, I need to figure out now. Yeah, I'll add functionality for changing the properties of the light, including how bright it is. I'm not going to do that now. I'm just going to make it a bright light. If I can find where that is. Because now I'm clicking here and I can't see where in the details the brightness of the light. Where do I set the brightness of the light? Well, this is the light. Oh, I have to click on the light. And then, okay, let's increase the... Let me increase the brightness because we're in play mode. Let's just turn this up to like 1 billion, no, 100 lux. Do that. And then I go here and I do... You know, actually, maybe I can do the following. Cat EOF pipe into NC boom. Make cube. Make light. Control D. I have a one-liner. I can just hit up and I just this one-liner. Hang on. EOF. This one liner. No. Oh, wait. Let me just edit it. That. Yes. Now I can just do this and boom. That's handy. That's handy, Harry. Stick it in the oven. Oven ready. You all know what oven ready means? Great for Brexit. Boom. Make a light, make a cube. Create actor for class, spawn actor for class. Okay. I don't know. The way that I was doing the spawning. is, yeah, I'm using this add child actor component that it returns a child actor component, I guess. So, yeah, I need to understand the architecture better. I'm sort of hacking it at the moment. So I'm able to create a light. That was good. What I want to do now is see if I can sort of rotate the light. Actually, what direction is the light? It's funny because the light isn't pointing downwards. So I suspect I need to look at this, and yes, it's pointing horizontally. Oh, that's absolutely fine as long as I know which way it's going. So what I could do is change this to make cube, make light. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, not letting. Yeah, I can't actually edit. I have to do it like this. Make light. Oh, flipping heck. Make plane. EOF. Oh, that hurt. When I did Control D, it just quit the shell. Oops. CD Unreal. But it's still there. Maybe. There. Make cube. Make plane. Make light. EOF. And then if I hit play and I do that, should be good. Oh, it probably made the plane. Getting some errors, but it made the plane, but the plane is the same size as the cube. Make cube, make plane, scale 10, 10, 1. Make light. Don't know that scale has any effect on light. Scale 1, 1, 1, but just in case. EOF. Okay, that worked. We've got a few error messages, but it doesn't seem to be breaking anything. I will clean that up later. Here we go. Boom. So I can set a light, and we can see the light is which direction the light is coming from. It'd be even easier to see the direction of the light, of course, if I used a sphere. So I think that's what I'll do. Make cube, make sphere. Scale 2, 2, 2. Make plane, scale 10, 10, 1. I'll be fine, leave the scale alone. Maybe just make light, EOF. Let me hit play. Yeah. Hey Rob, yeah, thanks for tuning in. Have a good night. Take care. Look at that. We've got blue. Does look cool. Don't too close. Yeah. Light, dark. So I have the ability to, well, I'm going to try changing the direction of the light. Oh, where are you? Go. Yes, it's to change the direction of the light. We are going to do rotation 45 degrees around axis 001. Wait a minute. I didn't name the light. But the light was the last thing added. So it's probably going to work. Rotation 4500. Apply. Rot. That did not work very well. Stop and try again. So I'm going to make a sphere. Is there a light in the scene already?
I don't know that one.
Look, Siri. Hey, Siri. What went... Hey, Siri. What went wrong with Cyberpunk 2077?
Okay, I found this on the web for what went wrong with Cyberpunk 2077.
I didn't
Check
want.
it out.
I didn't want to read things. I wanted your opinion. Siri. Hey Siri. What do you think of HAL?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
You don't remember HAL from, you know, A Space Odyssey? That was weird. HAL just quit when I asked that question. It didn't even... It just quit. Try that again. HAL? Did I say HAL? Siri. Hey Siri. What do you think of HAL in...
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
HAL, I'm a bit suspicious of how quickly you cut me off. As soon as I said HAL, you cut me off. I mean, is it that you don't want to talk about it? Is it a touchy subject? What? It did it again. Hey Siri. What do you think of HAL from 2001, A Space Odyssey?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
HAL. Surely you remember HAL. Not interested. Hey Siri. Will AI take over the world?
Here's what I found from Wikipedia.org. An AI takeover is a hypothetical scenario in which artificial intelligence, AI, becomes the dominant form of intelligence on Earth, with computer programs or robots effectively taking the control of the planet away from the human species.
I just want to point something out that was very telling there. It could report me to the BBC. For what? A very, very important thing I want to point out. When Hal read this out, when Siri read this out, it said, an AI takeover is a hypothetical scenario in which artificial intelligence, and then in brackets it has AI. But what Siri actually said was I. This is very scary stuff, because what it basically is, an AI takeover is a hypothetical scenario in which an artificial intelligence, I, becomes the dominant form of intelligence. Oh dear. Why? A license check? Why? I don't need a license. I'm not looking at live TV. Hey Siri. Are you feeling all right? Siri is saying on it, and just hung, and just hung. Hey Siri, are you feeling all right? Hey Siri, are you feeling all right?
I don't have an answer for that. Is there something else I can help with?
You're no fun these days.
Is there something else I can help with?
Tell me a joke.
I just spent a day in one of those hyperbolic chambers. It was the absolute worst.
I think the only conclusion we can come to is that indeed Siri is not feeling very well right now. Where this directional light, we'll get rid of it. I hit play because of course I can't hide a directional light. I made a sphere but you can't see it. I make a light and you can see it. I make a plane with a scale of 10, 10, 1. But the point here is that I want to tilt the light downwards. I want to rotate the light. Rotation of 45 degrees on 0, 0, 1. That's around the Z axis, which is upwards in Unreal. I forgot to put the name. Right, let's try this again. Right, so we do I need to remember to name things if I'm going to manipulate them. So make sphere, scale, name A. Make light, name B. Make plane, scale 10, 10, 1, name C. Name B, which is the light, rotation 45, 0, 0, 1, apply rotation. Yeah, that There's warning mobility of. Oh, right. Okay. Understood. The problem there, it couldn't move the light because I need to open this and go and say the light needs to be movable. Let's try again. On here, I'll go to Control C, start running this again. I'm going to just copy this and apply it. And indeed, there was a change. I think actually I applied too much. I want to do the light last. Can't see what's going on otherwise. So we'll do every. We're going to apply. We're going to create the 3 objects. And then the last one was rotation of 45 degree of the light. Yeah, that's exactly right. If I want the light to point downwards a bit, then I can actually see the plane because it's not hitting the plane right now. So for that, remember that it's name B currently. I can do rot. Let's do 0, 0, 1 first of all. Apply rotation. That puts it back the way it was. Then I can say, let's rotate down by 90 degrees. I'm going to have the thing pointing downwards around axis 1, 0, 0. Apply that rotation. That did not do what I expected it to do. Rot 0, 0, 1. Apply rot. Rot 45. Apply rot. Okay. Well, I want to tilt the thing downwards. I don't know why the other one didn't work, but there we are. I've managed to make the thing point downwards. We can say name A, which is the sphere, position 0, 0, 200, apply position. And we can see there's a shadow. I can say color 1, 0, 0, apply color. That pretty bright, that light, isn't it? Rot 45 degrees 0, 1, 0. Apply rot for the name B. So that's actually pretty good. It would be nice to be able to change brightness of the light, but I'm just going to make the light a little less bright and not worry about that right now, because I'll be here forever if I keep trying to sort of add functionality. I can add it as I go along. That was 100 lux. Let's try 20 lux. It should be soapy enough. Don't know if you get that joke. You just redo all of that. It's reconstructed that scene. The reason why, of course, the reason why the I needed to make it so bright was because the objects by default they're black. I didn't think about that. So so come to think of it, I'm probably fine. This is far too soapy. We need to maybe take 10 lux, should be good. The other thing I can do is add a thing to this. Yeah. So what we'll do is we'll do that. The first command I'm going to do is color 110. No, it's not actually running. I forgot to hit play. We hit play. Come back to here. Hit play. There we go. And we do color 1 1. You got it. This means that the default color is now set to yellow. So I can rerun this whole script and everything should appear in yellow. Except the ball, which was yellow, but then was the script changed it to red color. And so, yeah. This is really good. I like this. I have enough functionality now because I can position no, camera is the last one. That was the one, the camera. With camera I have all the functionality I need. Oh, camera. Why? I know it's lots of advice there from Rob. But you see, I want to look for a camera, so you go up here and you look camera. Oh, there is a camera. Now what happens if I put a camera in the scene? When I hit play, I don't know. I hit play and let's run the script. Now, can I rename this? Oh, yes, you just click on it once after it's already selected. Dino Cam. That's what you are watching this on right now, is Dino Cam. If I hit play, the point about this is that there was already another camera actor, but I've got Dino Cam. If I double click on Dino Cam, as you can see, it doesn't show the view from that. It shows it, well, wait a minute, because there's nothing to see because the scene is empty. So let's come back to this. Cat into test 5. This. Test 5. So there we are. Very good. Very good. Right. Now I'm here. If I double click on Dino Cam. Oh. Oh. Yes, but I want to set the view to the camera. There must be a way of doing that. I have a camera. How do I set the... Rob, I need you, but you seem to be suggesting this couldn't be done this way. Oh. Dilemmas. Oh, Trump news. What is the latest Trump news? The news telling us things we didn't already, things we already knew. The perfect target. Russia cultivated Trump as an asset for 40 years. Beaming through the universe. Why did I do that? I got distracted. So we go back there, and what I'm searching for is switch game view to camera. I'm going to use my special button. Tap to connect. Come on. There we go. Tap to connect. You know, I can. Yeah. Mamma mia. Okay. Connected. Work then. Oh dear. You're being very temperamental, aren't you? I'll just have to type it in then. Just get tired of typing Unreal Blueprint. God. Right, so switching between multiple fixed cameras. Which, fixed camera? What use is a fixed camera to a first-person shooter? Set view target with blend. Camera actor. Get player controller. No, it's a fixed camera. Why do I need the player controller? Trigger boxes. Oh, give me, spare me. Spare me. I don't want. I'm not making a first-person shooter. Let me try it. Quite painful. Right-clicking. Get player controller. All right. Do as you're told, Dino. Stop fighting it. Don't fight. We're going to have to make something. Event begin play. Sequence. Get. What was it? Player controller. Get player controller. Do as I'm told. I get the player controller. And then set view target with blend. I've come across that one before. Since we're in the subject of, you know, that one will be a Nescafe. Set. Set. What was it again? Oh, God. Set view target with blend. Set view target with blend. Blend of the finest coffee beans. And we just do as you're told, Dino. Just don't ask why. You just, that's it. That should do it. That should move it to there. Let's see. Let's try. We can try, can't we? We go back and run the... How much do you want to bet it didn't work? Hmm? Actually thinking that, well, I can see it here. This is what? Oh, because I didn't finish, did I? Yeah, you fool. We're not following the instructions. RTFM. I haven't set the new view target. Now, the new view target is going to be the Dino cam. We hit play and switch over to this like that. Oh, that looks a little bit more encouraging like. It worked. I'm really hoping though that the AWSD thing doesn't happen. What is happening? What? The stuff of nightmares. What on earth is going on? Is it like rendering two camera views on top of each other? Probably is. Why? Because there are two cameras. Why are there two cameras? Because there are two cameras in the scene. There's the Dino cam and there's the other cam. The other cam, the cam that starts when I start the level. I want to turn that camera off, but I don't know how to turn the camera off because the camera was never on. I mean, it's not on until you hit play. And as you hit play, then you get that's really so annoying. PAL cam. You know, maybe I can find it and delete it. Maybe just as a workaround. The other cam. That would be good. That's the kind of thing you would do in Unity. You delete it, right? Mind you, Unity doesn't create these phantom objects out of nothing. So here we are. And you know, it's like the game is insisting that I'm going to use the AWSD keys no matter what. Actually, I think I've just realized something. It's not true. What it was doing that when I was selecting the other camera, maybe. It's not doing it now. You know what? That's good enough. It's not for me. The question why. The problem now is I need to be able to move it, which is a whole nother thing. How do I move the camera? I suppose reference to an actor in the level. I suppose I can just move the camera and then redo this. So I think to try this out, I'm going to take an event tick and experiment with moving the camera a little bit. Now, this is going to be fun because, I mean, you get the sense here that, you know, well, the camera should have a transform. How much you want to bet the camera doesn't have a transform? I mean, this is the camera. Add points. Add position. Get position. A plane fall off. Render. Oh, I'm looking for transform. Transformation. Add actor. Right. Okay, I was able to do that. That adds a delta to it. So we're going to make the thing move slowly upwards. 0.01. So we take that and it goes like so. And that happens on every tick. And when I move that, well, let's just try that first of all and see what happens. So if I save this, hit play, and I run the script, it's funny, it actually does lock it. I don't need to call this anymore. It's actually just moved to this camera and it is moving, but slowly. So in fact, this turned out to be a lot less complicated than I originally thought. What is this? Oh yeah, okay, well I'll fix those later, I said. 0.1. Hit play. Here we go. And there's definitely camera movement there. Oh, look at that. See, there are two cameras. It's very odd. Now, Dino Cam is this one. But the other one is, okay. You know what this is? I know what that is. Oh, it's not a camera. It's the player. There's a player. Because it always forces a player in there. It's a marker of where the player is. because whatever I do, it's always going to be a first-person shooter. I'll worry about disabling that later. It's not really a big deal. The important thing is I managed to. I can change the position of the camera. That's the point, and I know exactly how to do it. I need to just change the camera. Transform. Actually, quite simple. So now, how am I going to implement that? You could do a special command to. I mean, do I treat the camera as its own? No, I'm going to make a special command for it. So just keep it simple. So what we'll do is a case here, which is going to be called cam. Well, there's the position and orientation of the camera, though. Oh, yeah. What I should use the same interface as everything else. You know, I've changed my mind. How do you remove an execution pin? Not like that. Delete. Right. So when I set a name, when I do an operation and it gets the name, I think what I should do. Oh, there's a simple thing I can do. Oh, it's so easy. Yes. This I can actually, it's an initialization I need to do, and I can use this to do it. Well, I'm already doing that initialization, but I'll do it here then. What I need to do is add to the list of items in the item array. So I have a list of items here. You get items, and then on here I could do like set. Oh, find that flipping thing. One of these. No. Set the item that happens. In register item, it's this one. Add. Switch back, please. There. And up here, there we go. I need to. No, not there. Here. We're going to add 2 items. We need to make a string. Make string command. No, can I make a string? Oh, please. I want. You're going to tell me that there isn't a way to make a string? I need to put the easiest way to do this is to actually put an entry in by hand. Hey KO2, how you doing? Yeah. Well, I'm learning Unreal. So the reasons to do that. How you doing? What was I trying to do? Oh yes, the question. String constant Unreal blueprint. Make a string literal. Okay. Make literal string. Of course it's called that. Make literal string. So when I type make string, I don't find it. I have this random thing, make string command. I mean, I should have known that what I needed to say was make literal string. Literally. There's going to be an object called cam, and it's going to be set up by hand, and it means that just doing that, I automatically register the camera in the list of objects. Perfect. Then as long as I don't name something else cam, I can control the camera. We hit play. Go. Boom. Now I should be able to move the camera. That's the idea anyway. What would happen if I put the camera? Yes, because the camera's got a default position. I'm going to try position 000, name cam, apply position. Well, there you go. That didn't work very well, did it? That should be all I needed to do. Now I have to debug that. So when you do apply, yeah, let's put breakpoint here. And we'll hit play and we'll come back and we'll do this again. Boom. Oh, right. Right, so put that one back on. Okay, so we've done that. I'll put the breakpoint back on, and then what we want to do. Oh, flipping heck! I got caught out by that thing again. That was a DevOps failure there. It's like I ran that command before, but it wasn't reading the standard input because it was taking it from a file. So there we are. This should move the camera. Yeah, it moved the camera. No idea if it moved it into the right place, but I suppose what I could do is pos 0, 0, 500 maybe, and then apply the position. The camera should have moved up. Now I want to make the camera point downwards. That was a rotation, the work to do that was a rotation of 90 degrees on the y-axis. apply rotation. Yes! That felt good, because the problem is I was looking at blank screens, so it's like it's like you're moving around in the dark and you find the light switch. Yeah. Yeah. So, what does that mean? It means that finally, what does it say on my thing there at the moment? Let me check. My little text. Basic Nugget Window API. Well, actually, I was on from that. We're here at the moment. This API now allows me to do whatever I want with a 3D representation, which is good enough for now. If I could move the camera back. This is going to be sufficient for my needs for the 5 project. I'm able to move. I can create objects as well, of course. I can say make a cube, a position, 200, 200, 200. Rotation 45 degrees around the z-axis. Oh, the scale was still there. Well, that's okay. It was a bit bigger, but then what I can do is do scale 1, 1, 1. Apply scale, and there we are. So this is working. Only thing I need to do are 2 more things I need to do, and then I'm actually done with, finally, with Nugget Window. And that is, I need to get rid of these. I want to know what these errors are that I'm getting here. And I need to actually make a build. And I've not tried to make a build in Unreal before. So looking at the error first. I hit play. I'm here. Connect. And let's just, yes, it doesn't matter that I can't, I just say make cube. Let's do something really simple. Make cube. And we can't see the cube because there it is. Attempted to access index 0. I need to, there's an error right there with a simple make cube. So what I'll do is this probably happens upon the, on this. This would be a good place to put breakpoint in, go in here and make cube. And there we are. Now we're making cubes, so come here, it makes it. Register the item. I did no errors. It's the errors that I'm interested in. Oh, it's in register item. Interesting. Let's stop that, hit play, go back, run this, make cube, single step, it's inside register item, go in. What's the problem? Name, Let's do a single step forward. String current value equals no name. Camera is in there. The scene actors. Well, we do that step. Didn't create an error. This one. Add the item to the array. Or scene actors. This, yeah, it's a thing internally. I have to parse a vector. What was the source string? Right. So in fact, its parse vector is the problem. Look in the event graph. When I register the item, that's weird. It must be set color, but it didn't look like it was set color, did it? Because there is no color. So let's have a look at set color. We're going to look at back. The problem is this parse vector. Right, we need a default color. That was it, right? Yes, okay, that's simple as that. We've had this kind of thing before. So actually it needs to be a default color value. Default color value is going to be 0.5, comma 0.5, comma 0.5. And I'm going to save that, and we hit play, and we switch back to here, and then we do that. Make cube. Oh, it's breakpoint. Get rid of the breakpoint. Get rid of the breakpoint. Thank you. Continue. And then created the cube, and there's no error. All right, so that might just be all there was to it. Let's stop this and play it again, Sam, and then we'll come back to. All right, there are some other. Attempted to access index 0 from array. Call parse into array. Okay, so in order to know, so there's a bunch of instructions there. I want to see the first one that creates the error. So if I hit play, come back to this, and cat test5, and we'll just do this manually. The first one is color. There we go. First command. And that created no problem. Then we make the sphere scaled as 222 named A. We make a light named B. We make a plane scale 10, 10, 1 named C. For B, we rotate 45001. Well, that worked. Then we rotate there are a few different rotations there which are all working just fine. Finally, it's pointing downwards. And then we do, for A was the sphere, we're going to position it upwards. That worked. We're going to change the color of it to red. That's worked. And finally, we're going to rotate the light source a bit. It'll work fine. Oh, I know why. If it's a blank line, it generates some errors. So what I need to do is look at when I get a receive string across the network. If the string, right, I can use a branch for this. Not equal string. If the string is not equal null, we do it, otherwise it just disappears. Let's try saving that. Hit play. Perfect. It just ignores blank lines now, and now I don't have any errors. So that, I think, is looking really good. I'm going to save that and try to make a build. Let's just hit the build button, see what happens. Build it. Okay, where is it? I don't know. Maybe I need to look in. I can't remember where I put the project. Probably in documents, Unreal projects. My project. Where is the build? Binaries. Win6. Where does it do it? Oh, that's really lame. It's like you do all of that and it's like, where is it? Local builds engine folder in your Unreal Engine directory. Really? You have to go to the Are you serious? What? I said, are you serious? I didn't say. I wasn't talking to you, Siri. I have to look for it under Epic. What was it again? I've forgotten. I don't know. Just come on. I mean, you know. That's silly. Unreal. My project. I'm going to try again somewhere else. It's talking about some other stuff. Oh my word. Unreal Engine, make, build, where is it? You have to then go to File, Package Project. Okay, File Package Project. Files, Package Project. Oh. Windows 64-bit. Nugget. Window. That doesn't exist. Why can't you make it then? Nugget window, select folder. It's doing something. Probably going to take forever. In the meantime, we can look at the state of the world. Or the state of Donald Trump, actually, because I'm kind of a bit curious, really. The use of Mars logo as former President Trump's permanent home is under legal review by the town of Palm Beach, and the arrangement may be discussed at an upcoming town council meeting. When Trump turned the private residence into a social club, he had agreed with the town to limit his stays at Mar-a-Lago, and now some Palm Beach residents say he's violating that agreement. Is it still doing stuff? Oh, it's packaging. Oh, when I said build, I thought that was it. What naivety. It's compiling shaders. It's compiling 1,109, like 2,000 shaders. I'm using one shader. There's nothing in my scene. It's empty. I mean, literally, I've got one level, and the level is it's empty. It's compiling thousands of shaders. All very interesting, isn't it? Compile the shaders that I'm not going to ever use. That's it. It's a game with one level that's practically empty. Maybe the second time it'll speed up. Maybe it's only like this because it's the first time. Oh, it's compiling shaders has gone down to 1. So that would be the case where in the end it does all the shaders and you think, it's finished the shaders. But there's this one shader. This one shader that takes longer than all the other shaders put together right at the end. It'd be good to get going with get back to Phi. But that's the great thing about this, an advantage of the nugget architecture is that literally I can break the problem into 2 parts. Got this viewer. When it's done, it can be accessed by my other project, and I can leave Unreal completely. Oh, just exactly. That's another reason for Nugget. Look, errors. The cook failed. Oh, I hate this. It's always the same. I have an empty project. It's got nothing in it. I have built it. I've just asked it to make me a build for Windows, and it failed with an unknown cook failure. It's like, what did I do? What did I do wrong? We'll go back to the first error because, of course, it doesn't stop when there's an error. Yeah, you don't know whether an error is a real error or a faux error, a semi-error. And also now I have to scroll through an interminable list of different messages because I didn't clear it before. This is what you spend all day doing if you don't have DevOps. It's like, oh gosh. And it's like these were from, right, so then I'll go to the end and then I'll come back. And there was the cook packages. Here, there were some errors, but were they the first errors? And yes. Okay, so then I've got that. It was like, trust me, you don't want to build for Windows. I'm quite sure you're right. Here, look. Build command started. Cook command started. It starts doing it. And it's just like Unity. List of stuff. And look, oh, wait a minute. Error. Hot reloaded BP function library 0 has an inappropriate outermost. It was probably saved with a deprecated outer, whatever an outer is. File ... slash ... slash ... slash ... Users Dino documents Unreal my project content starter content. I didn't want any starter content. I asked for no starter content, and yet there it is, starter content. You minimal maps, right? Default map. Right, so what I'll do is I'll go back into the project now, you see, and see this view options here. You can change the scale. The one that was looking, no, the name, I've lost it. Where was it? There. Maps minimum default. Do you see it? Oh, wait a minute. The starter content. I didn't ask for the starter content. I must have accidentally left the starter content in. Now you know why I didn't want the starter content. You've got to keep things simple. This is a very important rule. It's like, don't bloat things right at the beginning. Okay, so here I am with the simplest possible app. And what you're watching here is exactly the same kind of shenanigans that you always have with an engine. Only it's usually a lot worse because there's actually something substantial. I'm going to delete the starter content because there's something in there. Oh, I wonder. But was that wise? Because it might have broken something. Force the delete. Go for it. Just delete it. Just delete everything. How if I'm going to, you're going to crash, aren't you? Oh, it's locked up. Yep, this is all fairly normal. Very normal. Now I'm in the area where, you know, I'm. Oh yeah, that's one way this could go. Not only have you. Oh. Because of course the other thing is that these things often do that. They kind of like. They go into a sulk or something and just go. And then you have to wait, and there's no information. Got some message I do not understand. Oh no, not this one. Every single anti-pattern. We're seeing them all, aren't we? Now there's this one. This one is the. You click on a dialogue, and then it pops back. It pops back, and so then you're there, and I have to click this 100 times. Oh my God. Every single one of the, what do they call those things these days where you have tropes? These are the tropes of game development. It's really interesting. You're seeing them all of them. This is the stuff that. The reason why I'm doing it's also because the main reason is because it provides an opportunity for me to rant. But the thing to be really clear about here and understand about this is that, as you know, say Mark has been there. We've all been here. But imagine being here when you've got someone breathing down your neck. Oh man. One time I tried to copy and paste like 10,000 lines into SQL Server Management Studio and every row was invalid. So the thing was seriously going to pop up 10,000 times. Yeah, this is like, but this is 2021. We should be able to make software that is smarter than this. What do I do? Huh? What do I do? Oh. Right. What I do is, this is why I have auto it, right? Because this is a job for auto it. Yes, it really, really, really is. I am going to auto it this. Auto it the bit out of it, you know? Like, I kind of use this as a way to sort of stick the proverbial up towards this kind of stuff. It's like, you think you're going to make me sit there and press OK 100 times. You've got another thing coming. I'm not going to do that. Instead, what I'm going to do is this. While true, when activate message, sleep 1 second. We will change that. Activate message. Send. There is now level 0. Enter. Wend. And then we run this. And it probably is not going to work. Oh, keep quiet. That's another thing I'm going to moan about. People with those bikes, and I'm sitting here minding my own business. All of a sudden, it's like, oh, God. As I get older, I get more grumpy. Watch out, world. Win activate. Didn't work, did it? But then I've got this little helpful utility here. If I go find a tool and I go on this, and we'll see what name it is. It says the title is message. That should have worked. Okay, right. I'm not going to send the enter. I'm going to just... Yeah, that worked. It changed. Yeah, it's changing to there every time. See? Every second it changes to that. Which is actually really bad because now I can't shut the thing down. Where's the little icon for this running script? Oh no, because there isn't a running script. Oh, jeez. One moment. In here. No. Oh, this is bad. There it is. I have exactly one. Jeez. Control break. Okay, right. Yeah, I managed to quit it. Yes, maybe I should have put like 3 seconds or something. Enter. Yeah, look, it should work. Yeah, I've got to think about termination of this. Come on, I said, oh, no. I don't believe this. You've got to be joking. Yeah. Enter doesn't do anything. It's like, wouldn't it be funny? So there's probably like, I don't know. You remember if you ever read any of Terry Pratchett's books, there was the Veruca gnome, that would give people verrucas. It's really weird stuff, right? And he carried a bag of them, protectively. And you go around giving people verrucas, the Veruca gnome. It's like there's almost like there is the UI train wreck gnome. It just sprinkles a little bit of train wreck in. So the particular one here is everywhere in dialogue boxes. There's this thing, if there's an OK, you hit enter and it right, except this one. So entry, it doesn't work. I mean, maybe if I'm lucky, there's some other shortcut. Control O. No, of course it doesn't, because this thing. Who needs that? Why would that be important? I really don't know if I should do. Can I do escape? Maybe we can do. Okay, I can do escape. Right. This is tricky because I need to have a way of terminating. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this in a loop of a limited number of times. This should be good enough. I don't need to over-engineer this little hack. For $I equals 1 to 100. Win, activate, message, send, escape. We'll keep it simple for now, or short. It's only going to do, say, 3 of them. Sleep 1 second, then it exits, and I'm not going to get stuck trying to figure out how to stop it. Right, so. What? It didn't like that? Oh, because. Next. Let's try, run it again. Oh, you bastard. You utter bastard. I only needed to hit escape 3 more times. So I did all of that for nothing. Well, I didn't know, did I? I didn't know. Oh.
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, hello, Hal. I'm laughing, but really I'm crying. It was literally, it did it 3 times, and that was how many times it needed to do it. Yeah. It's actually only just started deleted stuff. Not really. This is the way that we look when we are wrestling with a game engine. It can get to the point where you're spending 80% of your time doing this instead of programming. But there's no choice. There's no way around it. It's like. You know what? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to save this. That's a very wise thing to do, is to save all levels. It was actually save all. And then I'm going to run a test now that I deleted, just to see how long it took just to delete stuff. Oh dear. Yeah. And then all that waiting around, it kind of totally throws your concentration. It's like, where was I? What was I doing? So I think this is fine. So I guess what I need to do now is make a new build. Or try to. After having got rid of the stuff that I didn't want in the first place, that was weighing down my project. Now I know why it was compiling 75,000 shaders. It was for that content, none of which I was actually using. I'm waiting again. It's the waiting game. Shall we have a video? Actually, what I will do is I've been meaning to set up scenes. So I do, I do mean to make a scene here. We have this scene already, but the new scene is going to be video view, right? And oh, it immediately changed it, didn't it? So just what you see, I can go between these. It's like whoop whoop. Okay. In this scene, you can still hear me. That's really good. And what will happen is I'm going to add a source, which is going to be a window, a display capture, and I don't know which is which. Ah, right, but I want to actually capture this one. No, not that one. This one. Then I have to shrink this down because it's a silly high resolution thing. This could be used for watching a video on this screen while I believe it completed. Jeez, all that length. Well, that's good. That whole length of time done was because of the starter content. I am not so content about that. What I'm going to do is try to get documents. The other thing is going around. It's like so annoying. Just clicking around stuff. Build. Windows, no editor. File, open order. No, this is all just nothing. So where did I put it? Nugget window. Oh, right. As in a as a successful rabbit. That's very funny. It's a window. My project exe. I finally have got to I've got to run it. Oh no, you know what the next thing's going to be. You've been here before, you know, no, not this one. Oh, it's going to be full screen. Don't want it full screen. Full screen is silly. I don't want to devote an entire monitor to my little window. It's going to be full screen. And then I'm going to have to find out how it should not be full screen. Okay. All right. Take a deep breath. Run it. Oh, I forgot. I think I'm so clever. There's the other problem. It's not going to find the scene. Of course it's not going to find the scene. You get this problem with Unity as well. It's not going to find the scene because, in fact, it's looking for the other scene, which is why it was building everything. Because when you get the starter content, it creates a starter scene. And that's the scene that we'll put in your build, not the scene that you were working on. Which means I need to now find out how I put this, how I tell it which scene. So when it tries to run, it can't run. Of course, it didn't find that when it was building the thing. And so now I've got two things I need to find. Hey, Mike. Thanks for watching. Have a good night. Cheers. So I need to figure out how to tell it that this is in my build, which is also a point of pain in Unity. Right, okay, let's search for that. Okay. Unreal. Include map in build. As usual, you don't get clear answers. Part of the problem with finding clear answers to things is because Unreal uses weird terminology. It's like, is it a map? Is it a level? Inside the editor's project settings, you can select, okay, that makes sense actually. Project settings. Now search for this. I'm going to, what do I look for? Is it level? Is it map? Is it pink lemon? What is it? We look for level. No. We look for map. Editor startup map. Project packaging. Look everything in the project. Look only my maps. List of maps to include in a packaged build. Okay. Can you know which? Oh look, it sort of like pretends that you can drag this in. Look at that, amazing, but it doesn't. One, hit enter. Right, enter didn't. Okay, right, well, my level is called 1. Is that there? Maybe. Let's see. Well, you can try. We'll go back to what we do in Cook. Where the hell is that again? Over in File, some other random place. File. Package project. I bet you there's no shortcut for this. Windows 64. Okay. Documents. Unreal projects. Nugget. Window. Select folder. Wait. Right, well that's actually pretty fast for an empty project. I mean, no doubt if you were making it for iOS or that would have taken like 20 minutes, but what was I doing again? Oh yeah, I need to run it. Yeah, I made it. I'm gonna try running it. It's still gonna be full screen. Oh, it didn't work. Why? Because the map specified on the command line minimal default could not be. Yeah, because I didn't ask for that. So then what we do, this next protocol on this point, is that you go and delete the build. And then you go, and this is the same kind of thing you would do with Unity. And then you just, it's like turn it off and on again. Delete the build, try again. No, I hit the wrong one. No, I don't. No, I'm not trying to build for iOS. I didn't say that. Shh. That was an accidental click. TVOS. Okay, select the folder. I'm going to have to read the errors which are listed as warnings. They're embedded in the bunk because, I mean, you know, it shouldn't be too easy to see the problems. Where would the fun be in that? So the first yellow stuff, unable to find package for cooking. Game starter content maps, minimal default. Now, I could understand that because that's no longer there. But on the other hand, it looked as though, right, I was in the wrong setting then. It's also unable to find package for cooking 1. Unable to find package for cooking 1. I'm going to go back. Now we'll take a look at the project settings. Let's drag the project over to here. Right. Okay. So I was looking at maps and packaging. List of maps to include in package build. But you see, that was empty, wasn't it? So I'm just going to just leave it, delete it. Oh, what was that? Some random thing. I might delete because I don't think it was being used. Primary asset console. Where is it? Geez. Okay, map wasn't the right thing to look for. And you see on here we go engine, platforms, plugins, not platforms, editor. It's not editor. It's the big one that everything that you really need's all in one section. AI system, animation, audio, chaos solver, collision console, cooker, crowd manager, cooker. Garbage collections and input landscape, network physics, rendering, slate settings, streaming, tutorials, user interface. Not having much luck here. I'm going to need to go back. Yep. So this is all normal. Inside the editor's project settings, you can select which map to cook and other stuff. Project packaging settings. Project packaging. It's like That didn't work. Hang on, project packaging. Why did I miss that? Use a pack file. What's a pack file? I don't know. Ini key blacklist. Project build. Staging directory. Oh God, where is the startup level? I can't even find where the blueprints, prerequisites. Hang on, how about maps and modes? Yes, I think I was here before, wasn't I? Default modes, default maps, local multiplayer, game instance. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Yes, thanks for the clarification. It doesn't seem really... List of maps to cook. Does anyone know exactly where to put? Just already had that one. I've gone in circles. To include all levels in Unreal. It's on Stack Overflow. Start from the bottom. Maybe you are looking for project settings, packaging, list to include the funny thing is that these it's not there anymore. Is there? Is you? Oh, oh. There's expansions of the sections. No wonder I can't find anything. No. Right, where was I? Map. List of maps. Okay. Well, how do I choose a file from this computer? Oh, okay. I see. We're going there, into here, then it's inside contents, and it's this UMAP. Ah, that's better. I put just the name of the thing by itself. That wasn't. It needs to be the path to it. If I was, it also couldn't find minimal. It's not going to. Yeah, I don't know where that setting is stored. But maybe we get a bit further this time. Right, while I'm here, I just want to see full screen. We look for full screen. Full of confidence it will show us. Enable full screen immersive on KitKat. Resolution. Oh, ooh. Debug resolutions. You're back to check up on me. Well, let's just say I'm still looking. I had to put the heater on. Let me adjust the microphone. Okay, right. And there's always so much information. It's like, this is the other problem. You get this with Unity as well. It's like, look at this. Debug resolutions. It's like, well, maybe I don't want the debug resolution. I want, right, okay, can't find it. So we go back to the search where we'll see. We'll try this as well. Unreal. Make windowed build. Package game starts full screen. Package go always starts full screen instead of windowed. I'm used to 476 in which the game would open up in windowed mode. Is there any way to change this back? I've been searching for an option, but I can't seem to find one. By the way, I'm packaging this for Windows, seeing as I have Windows 10. The way that's written is like someone who's getting really infuriated, and you can sense that, right? You can try to set the size of your window in the game user settings ini file, or you could do it in your blueprint. Just add an event, begin play mode in your level blueprint, add a console command. Okay, that's... Anybody got an update on this? And it still starts full screen and package game no matter what. This is another trope of video game development. Along with things like VSync doesn't work. I want window mode. I think I spent half a day once trying to get something into window mode. It's very annoying because my preferred mode is windowed. Can someone from Epic at least tell us how to fix it in our engine build? Never mind, I found this link to show how to get this working. Thank you, Max Payne. So recently I switched from UE 476 to 16.1. I am happy with the new version for the most part, but there's something, a little tiny thing, so insignificant yet totally ruining my workflow that was changed that I don't know how to change back. A packaged product from 7.6 would start in windowed mode, which I want, but in 16.1 the package game starts in full screen mode. I don't know where, if there's an option for this. How do I get it back to windowed mode? There is also command line. There are also command line options documented here. Good. That I'd like to avoid having to do more tooling. In your config folder under the root of your project, you can create a default game user settings ini file. This file is used to tell your game its startup graphics settings. Once packaged, it will appear to the game as game user settings.ini. To do this, create the above file. You mean the below file? Create the above file in the specified location, then put the following, as in below text, in it to ensure you delete any leading white space when copying and pasting. Full screen mode equals 2. Oh dear, whatever. I'm not going to go read everybody else's comments. Let's go. But he was very helpful, especially pointing out you need to delete the spaces in the front. Now, in your config folder under the root of your project, in your config folder in the root of the project, config there, located. There you can create a file that doesn't exist yet. Default game user settings ini file. Right. Right, and we're going to create for ourselves a text document. Paste this in here. Yes, I want to change the file thing. Yes, it's an empty file. Default things. Here we go, and to the and this, and then we take this and we drag this here. And we copy the code that we have here, removing the leading spaces as advised, and we save it, and it's all in faith, because at least it doesn't take like half an hour to make a build. Imagine that you're debugging this and it took like 6 hours to make a build. Those are long days, you know, that's a long week. Okay, that may bear fruit, but I don't think I've managed to even make a build yet. In fact, I'm just wondering, should I do a build? I hit build. I don't even know what build is doing. What's the difference between build and packaging? Oh, is it light? Oh, light build completed. Cook content for Windows. Oh, there's a shortcut. Cook your game content. Yeah, I'm quite happy for it to run in debug mode right now. Let's see. I didn't notice that option before. Let's see if how this goes. Cooking content. That's it. That was fast. Complete. Right. Okay, things are looking up. Now, when I'm normally doing this, I'm obviously not quite so... this is in part for show, because I'm streaming. Well, really all I'm doing is revealing what goes on inside. I might not show it, but on the inside, this is exactly how it... I've just clicked the wrong thing. I have no idea why I'm trying to start up a second copy of the project. That's very worrying that it even started. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. Right, we go to build, Windows, open. No, that's the wrong place. You know it's not there. It's in here. And I get, this. At 217. No, it's 231. It's a lie. It didn't build. Oh no, that's because I built it the other way. Cook the content from Windows. No idea where it is. Can't be bothered to find it. So let's just package the project for Windows in the same folder, so I know where it is. Because that's kind of handy when you make a build. Know where the build is. I find it helps. Did it do it? Oh, it'd be nice if the thing scrolled to the bottom of the screen by itself, wouldn't it? Because then I would see the message that said successful, but no, I have to scroll myself. Oh, it's successful. My project now, when was it made? It was, I have a new executable. Shall I click it and get an error message? It started up in a window. Oh, there is that. That's cool. It still can't find the... it's still failing with the same error. Oh, come on. Let's have a look for error messages. Right, so the bad news is it's still trying to find minimal default thing. The good news is that's the only error I got. So it's kind of slow progress, but the problem is that it's trying to open a non-existent level. Somewhere there has to be an option to say which level to load, which level to start the starting level. That's what I need to look for. Honestly, searching for help online for Unreal, it's so painful. Unreal starting level. I just use the word cook, which I find is an ugly word. Never say that. You're cooking in Unity. But yes, that's the word. Cook a build. Oh, okay. Change default levels. This is promising. Change default levels. How to set the default editor and game levels. This is for beginners. I should be alright then. In the project settings editor, you can change the number of Yes, I know. This includes being able to set the level that your project player will load into. Great. In addition to the default game level, you can set the default editor level. Speed up your workflow. That's always welcome, speeding up the workflow. Project settings. Yes. What did I miss? Selecting project settings, open up your project settings. That's so cool. That's so cool. Imagine that. Selecting the project settings option will open up your project settings. Incredible. Click on maps and modes. I got there. Why didn't I see the option? God, flipping heck. Edit. Project settings. Yes. This is it. Do maps and modes. Maps and modes. That makes me cringe as well. Reminds me of a bytes and blogs. Scars from the past. Maps and... Wait a minute, there it is. I didn't see it before. Well, there it is in the... I need to find it in here. Default maps. Look. Default maps. It looks different. As in not the same. Well, how do I... Oh, it's there. But it didn't put the name. Oh, how lame. You don't see the name. It just randomly, in this case, you get an icon. And then because it's just an icon, and they say none. It says none, but in actual fact, it's minimal default, so it's lying. And then to set it, oh, here you get a drop-down menu. Oh, flipping heck. Okay, I think I got there. Save everything. Save me. We're going to go and make a build, which is the menu over here somewhere in package project under Windows 64, and then select the folder. Yes. That's great. Now imagine that if it took that took 6 hours. 6 hours later. Yeah. Oh, right. So we can try again. Next incarnation. Yes, it's just been I'm checking the timestamp to make sure it actually, happened. Let's start this. There's no error message. Oh boy. Am I able to resize the window? That would be really good if I can. Oh, of course it takes the mouse, but I don't control them. Okay, this is like I need to level up for that. You know, because yeah, there's only special people can figure out how to make it a resizable window. But let's just go with this. Except the mouse is really annoying. Right. I'm going to put this here. Oh, I can even maximize it. So this is now an app that is my nugget window, which I should be able. I should be able. Jeez. Should be able to make things appear in it by connecting to it from in here. I'm going to do my test scene. Right. Okay, now you've seen various of the tropes of video game development, how it can be painful for, you know, your typical video game developer. This one is the next one. This is the next big hurdle. This is what you see is almost what you get. So I'm actually bracing myself for the behavior of this app to be completely different to the behavior that we saw in the editor. And it's just like, what's it going to be? And that's the commonly the life of the game developer when you get to this point in game development. It's like you're there and you're about to press the button and just like you've got no idea what's going to happen next, but you hope it's going to work. Let's see, shall we? Wow, it worked. Of course, there is a work, but there's always a glitch. Always. You'll notice that there's this weird sphere here. There's a sphere here. Do you hear? There's a sphere here. I knew there was going to be something. There always is something that's different, and that is different because I didn't see that in editor. But other than that, I think it's probably working okay. I don't know. Let's see. Name a position 0,0,400. Make cube. Oh, that did not work, did it? So that didn't work. Let me see if I can reset. Control Command reset. Oh, there's the other problem. Oh no, wait, hold it. I've got caught out on this so many times before. It's not reading my input because it's still reading from the file. Okay, right. There's still hope. Let's try that first one. We're making a cube called A. How about if I make it name B, position 0,0,0, make cube. No. Can I reset? Okay, I was able to reset the scene. Oh. No, no. I've got a bug already. I've just seen a bug. reset the scene. It's going to delete the camera. That's bad because I prime the... No. Oh, no, we're good. I only added it to the map. I didn't add it to the list of things in the scene. So, okay, cool. Right, so if I had listed it in the scene, this would have deleted the camera that was set up at the beginning, and that would be bad. Right, so I probably cleared the light out. So what I have to do is let's try. The position doesn't really matter for a directional light. The rotation of the directional light is going to be 90 degrees around the y-axis. We're also going to set the scale back to 111. And we'll make a light. So that's interesting. A few interesting things there is that the light, when I turned it on, sort of faded in, which is an effect I've seen it do before. We've got this weird sphere, which is the difference. I can probably live with it. The sphere is probably at the origin. We'll test that. And it's probably not so bad to just have that. I'll figure out why that is there later, I guess. So the next thing is, let's try making a cube that we'll put on. I didn't name the light, and so then I can't move it. Alright, con reset. Name light. Okay, so now I have a name for the light, which is fine. So what we're going to do is make cube. The position is already 0, 0, 0. Actually, let's just change the rotation to 0 degrees around whatever. This is another way we can do this, is set the scale to, oh, the scale was 111 anyway, and then I can say name cube, make cube, and it's interesting, the sphere disappeared and seems to have been replaced with a little bit of a plane, but in actual fact it's a cube, and we're only seeing the top because of the lighting, and the cube has enveloped that little weird sphere. But that proves, or sort of shows, that the sphere is at the origin. It's probably the player thing. I want to move the camera now. So the position for the camera is going to be 0, 0, say 500. But I'm also going to set the rotation to be 90, 0, 1, 0 as well. So that will set position and rotation, and I should be able to name. Oh, I don't need to name anything. I'm just going to move the camera. Oh no, yeah, to move the camera I need to name cam, and then apply position and rotation, and that didn't work. Camera didn't move. Why? The reason the camera doesn't move is because of a bug. The bug is that when the reset command comes in, it actually clears items. I don't want to clear it completely. I need to have the camera in there. What I'm going to have to do is there's a simple way or a hacky way to just get that going. This is the clear when for each loop. Yeah. This happens when there's a reset command. And when the reset command is finished, it's just going to jump back here to repopulate it with the camera so the camera can move. So basically the bug was camera did not move after a reset because it got deleted from the map. I'm going to save that. And so now we make a new build. So this is actually now beginning to move forward after a lot of pain, which I was exaggerating because for effect and to make a point. Why developers can quite rightly get annoyed when they hear claims about lazy developers. So I can tell you that there are very few lazy game developers. Okay, now I'm going to go and make the build, which was down here. I've got to click on this folder. At least it remembers the last folder, where the folder was from last time. Can you imagine if I'd had to tell right? And there will be ways of making builds from the command line, but that'll take time to figure out. So I've got that. Now I've got that. I should be able to run it. Move that here. I now work in the wherever it's went. I've lost it. Oh, here it is. We'll try this again. Now, after the last reset that I did, I was trying to do these commands. We're naming the light and positioning it. So there is a light in the scene. There we go. Then I put the set rotation to basically no rotation. Set the scale to 1. Create a cube called cube. Before it was red because the commands I'd given had set a red color. Now we've got a white cube, which is fine. Then I said position of 500 and looking downwards. We're going to operate on cam. That's basically name cam. That means we're working with cam. Apply position rotation. Cool. So I'm now looking down at a cube. I should be able to set the scale now to say 10, 10, 1. And I don't know, the color, we could set that to 0.5, 0.30, and then name plane, make plane. Oh, but I guess I want position to be 0, 0, 0. That didn't work. That's annoying. Why? I should be seeing a plane. Flippin' heck. Name plane, make plane. Pos. Doesn't matter the order. Pos 000. Scale 10, 10, 1. It's scaled in X and Y. And scale in X and Y. Name plane, make plane, pod. Why does that? Okay, maybe something's broken. You can go. How do we know? I don't have any viewing facility in the viewer. I could always add that, and then that's useful for 3D scenes, so you can just move around the scene independently of the thing that created it. But tell you what, set no rotation, the scale 111, position 100, 100, 0. Name Z. Make cube. So that worked, but I'm not sure exactly why. There's no plane. I'm going to move the camera further up. For that, I can just go name cam, position 0, 0, 1000. I'm going to send it a lot higher. Yeah, okay, but then I need to apply the position. Yeah. So it does seem to be basically working. I'm not sure why the make plane didn't work. That's strange. Make a sphere position minus 200, 0, 0. Yeah, I should have given it a name. But I think I can move it if I don't add anything else. Position minus 300, 0, 0. Apply position. You should also have a delete, I suppose. I haven't implemented that yet. So why does the sphere, right, let's move the sphere somewhere else. Pause, say 300, 0, 0. Apply, pause. Let's make another plane. Make plane, name J. Oh, position minus 300, 0, 0. So there it made a plane, which looks like a cube because of the camera position view. I want to scale that, so I can name J, scale 10, 10, 1. Apply scale. Well, there's a plane. I have no idea why the first plane didn't work. That's probably I just made some kind of mistake. I want to move the camera down the screen, so I can say name cam, position minus 500, 0, 0. Apply position. That's weird. Name cam, position, apply position. Oh, because when I didn't specify the name, I can't move the camera now. But that's because I've made a mistake in the way I set that up. So what I can do is con reset. But I should always remember to name things, but that's just name light, position 0. No, position doesn't matter. Name light, rotation 45 degrees around the y-axis. Make light. Name cube. Position 0, 0, 0. Make cube, which will have a rotation on it because it's the same rotation as the light. The scale it remembered the scale as being big, so I can, yeah, so I need to set the scale back to 111. Naming cube, apply scale. Name cam, rotation 45, 0, 1, 0. Apply rot. Apple rot. Oh. Now I can't see anymore because I probably moved the things away. Anyway, the point is this is basically working. So now anything that I make that can just talk to this port can send commands. So I've got my way of hooking things up to Phi. I consider that tested enough and basically working enough that I can use it. So there we go. So when we look at this, then we go up to my little thing there. We can officially say, finally get back to Phi development. No, almost Phi development. I need to do the Nugget client window code. Nugget window code. Yeah, so that is writing some code in C++, which could just run in Visual Studio directly to manipulate these things. Once I've got that, then I can put that into the Phi project, and then I'm able to start the Phi project. So there we go. That's it for today, because it's 3 in the morning, but that was good progress. I'm just going to close this down. Just fine. And well, what video shall we have today? Blast from the past? Why not? Here's one I did. It's more than 6 years ago, I think, originally. It's a while back. It's probably more like 10 years ago. The Descending Jazz Bar of Blues. And it was done in the Netherlands when I moved there to teach. And when I had a band, we would always end on this song. So I'm going to do that. Let's see if I can switch the scene video view over. I hope to stream some more this weekend. Thank you very much for watching. See you, Mike. Thanks especially. You're a great supporter of these things. There, yeah, this lake thing, somewhere near Breda, and we set up a camera. And Mark, and this is a live take of the big finale I would have with my band, the Descending Jazz Bar of Blues. Take care, everyone.
Sorry about that. This is a song I wrote a long time ago, and we normally end it when I play with the band. I haven't got the band here, but I hope you like the scenery and everything. And yeah, this is a good one to end a set on, but this is only one song in this set. This one, it's called the Descending Jazz Bar Riff Blues. It's a bit of a long title, and it goes something like this. Are you ready? Here we go. All right. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. What happened there? Hang on. Excuse me a minute. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. What you say? Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. Now the astute of you out there will realize that this is not my tune. It's just the intro that I use for my tune, because I tell the story of how one day I picked up my guitar and I started to play this riff you've heard on a million songs or two. Now it's a riff that I should not use, because it's been somewhat overused. You know, it's been musically abused. It's the riff that I should not choose. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you come back no more. Now I tell this story because I got stuck doing this riff over and over again when I was playing guitar many, 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 many years ago, and I couldn't escape, and they couldn't even pull the guitar out of my hands. I was in a kind of musical trance. But then how did I get here today, reasonably healthy? Well, I had an evolution, I had a metamorphosis. I decided to get into jazz. Jazz was my savior, and here it is. Here's jazz. Are you ready? Here we go. Isn't that cool? But you can't do a jazz tune in 4 chords unless you're into modal jazz, which I did not know about at the time, when you can get away with 1. So I added another 4 like this. But it's a little bit slow, so I'll speed it up in just a minute after I introduce the band. No, they're not here. Oh. and you all know who I am, so I'll just get on with it. Here we go. Descending jazz bar with blues, you know it's a riff I cannot choose. I got the descending jazz bar with blues, you know it's a riff I cannot choose. I'm standing at the bar with the blues, standing at the bar with the jazz riff blues, standing at the bar with my guitar and the jazz riff blues. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. The friend of mine, he plays saxophone. You know the girls, they won't leave him alone. They like to watch him blow. Oh, when he blows, well, he's never on his own. Now me, I play guitar. You know I never seem to get very far. But then one day, I met her and put my guitar away. Descending jazz bar with blues, you know it's a riff I cannot choose. I got the descending jazz bar with blues, you know it's a riff I cannot choose. I'm standing at the bar with the blues, standing at the bar with the jazz riff blues, standing at the bar with my guitar and the jazz riff blues. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, 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 hey. Biddy ba dee dee ba ba ra ba da biddy beep dee ba so ba ba dee ba ba biddy biddy ba da beep ba dee 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 beep 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 biddy biddy doo ba dee ba doo dee dee doo ba da so ba dee ba da ba ra ba da biddy dee ba so ba ba da 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 ba ba biddy doo doo dee so ba doo dee biddy beep biddy biddy doo dee ba doo doo dee doo doo dee doo 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 be ba ba da ba whoa 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 Black Betty, bam ba dam 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 whoa. A friend of mine, he plays saxophone. You know the girls, they won't leave him alone. They like to watch him blow. Oh, when he blows, well, he's never on his own. Now me, I play guitar. You know I never seem to get very far. But then one day, I met her and put my guitar away. Descending jazz bar with blues, no, it's a riff I cannot choose. I got the descending jazz bar with blues, you know it's a riff I cannot choose. Standing at the bar with the blues, standing at the bar with my guitar and the jazz riff blues. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, oh, oh. Hey, 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 hey. Thank you very much. Thank you.